why Kali? Why to use Kali Linux over any other Linux distribution? So there are many reasons for this. So let's start. See, it is completely free. Now you might be thinking that there are many other Linux distributions which are also free. For example, CentOS, right? Okay, I agree. But let's move towards the second benefit. It is completely customizable. Okay, you can customize it as you want. Then it has more than 500 of penetration testing tools inbuilt. Okay, and this was the reason Kali also known as Hacker's Paradise. Okay, and not only 500, maybe more than 600 penetration testing tools, right? I don't remember the exact number. Then it offers multi-language support, which means you can use Kali in your own language as well. Okay, it almost supports all the languages. Okay, almost. Now the platform is built in secure environment. Okay, in a very secure environment. And last but not the least, it support wide range of wireless device. Okay, what does it mean? See, there are many Wi-Fi devices, okay, especially wireless devices which are available in the market, right? They both have or they all have different properties. Okay, so when you use them into Windows operating system, you have to install their drivers, okay, their supporting software, right? But in Kali, you don't have to install anything, just attach it and it will start working, because Kali have inbuilt drivers for almost all categories of wireless devices, right? So these are the main reasons which that why we use Kali over any other Linux distribution for the purpose of cybersecurity. Let's talk about Unix versus Linux. Many people consider them as same thing. Okay, so we will discuss the difference between the two. So let's start with Unix first. Okay, so Unix was developed by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie in 1970 at Bell Labs Research Center. Okay, and it was written in C language, which was later opted by AT&T. AT&T stands for American Telephone and Telegraph. Okay, so when Unix was opted by AT&T, they make it a paid operating system. Okay, so Unix is paid, and the most popular example of Unix is Mac OS. You all have heard about Mac OS, right? And these are the other examples of Unix. Now let's talk about Linux. Okay, so Linux was developed by Linus Torvalds, okay, in 1991, which later made available to public in 1994. Okay, so it comes under GPL, that is General Public License. Okay, which means it is completely free. It's actually a open source software, right? And it is actually the clone of Unix. So Linux is a clone of Unix. And the examples of Linux are Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Fedora, Ubuntu, and Debian, okay, etc. Right? Let's see how to download Kali Linux. So just open your browser and type kali.org/downloads. It will redirect you to a new path saying kali.org/getkali. Okay, so from here you will see a lot of different types of Kali ready to be downloaded. Okay, so these are in the form of virtual machines or bare metal or cloud or live images, etc. Okay, so you can scroll down and select the desired one, right? Now here you will see 64-bit and 32-bit. So these are the different architectures of an operating system. Okay. So which is the best suitable version for you? In order to find it out, you have to go to your computer settings. Okay, like my computer or this PC. Simply go to this PC and go to its properties. Then you will be able to see these kind of information. Okay, so it says 64-bit operating system, right? And these are the details of the processor or RAM. Okay, or which version of Windows you are running. Okay, right now I am using Windows 11 as my main operating system. Okay, so my system is 64-bit, which means I can download both the versions, that is 32-bit and 64-bit. Both are supported. Okay, but in case if your system is only 32-bit, it means you cannot use 64-bit OS, okay, or any other software, right? So it means the higher version will support the lower, but the lower ones obviously doesn't support the higher one. Okay, and it's not just about operating system. I am talking about all the softwares. Okay, so if your operating system is 64-bit, it means it can support 32-bit softwares as well. Now here you can directly download the Kali Linux in the form of virtual machines. Okay, so these are the ready to use. You can see the size here. If you want to download Kali for VMware, it says 2.4 gigs, and for VirtualBox it says 3.7 gigs. Okay, you can also download the documentations which help you step by step how to download Kali. Okay, and it says the default credentials are Kali, username and the password, right? You can also get Kali for different things. Okay, for different OS, for different devices, even for your mobile as well. Okay, of different brands. You can see here a long list. Okay, so just go ahead and download the one which is best suitable for your operating system. Okay, so we will start with using the virtualization software like Oracle VirtualBox. Okay, now if you want, you may use any other software like VMware Workstation or VMware Player, etc. Okay, it may be your personal choice. So to download VirtualBox, simply go to Google and type download VirtualBox. Okay, open the first link and you will be on the download page. Okay, so this is the official link. And you may also proceed with the VMware Workstation Player. Okay, see, it says download VMware Workstation Player for free. This may be available in the Pro version as well, but that would be the paid one. Okay, so we will proceed with the free versions. Here you will see the different options, like if you want to download VirtualBox for Windows, for OS X, for Linux, etc. Okay, so just click on that and then proceed. Once you download it and you open it, the interface would be like this. Okay, so this is the interface for Oracle VirtualBox. Now here is the list of operating systems that I have already installed inside this software. So these are basically the virtual machines. Okay, so to create a new virtual machine, simply click on new. In order to edit the already created ones, just select them and click on settings. Okay, and you would be able to edit this. Or if you want to start any of the virtual machine, simply select that and click on start. Okay, so we will see how we can create a new virtual machine. So first of all, it would ask you to give a name for your operating system. So for example, Kali. Okay, then you can select the location where you want to install it. I will proceed with the default location. Then you have to select the type of operating system. Okay, right now we will proceed with Linux. Again, it would ask you to select the version. Okay, so we will proceed with Debian 64-bit. Click on next. Here it would ask you to select the memory size for your new virtual machine. Okay, so how much RAM you would like to assign your virtual machine. So let's proceed with the default because 1 GB is sufficient for Kali, but if you want to run it smoothly, simply increase it if your hardware allows that. Okay, click on next. Here you will see 3 different options. Okay, and it says the recommended size of the hard disk is 8 GB. That means 8 GB is sufficient for our virtual machine. Okay, so here it says do not add a virtual hard disk, or you can create a virtual hard disk right now, or you can also use the existing virtual hard disk. Okay, like here you can see this is the hard disk for server for this virtual machine. Okay, so we can use this if the space is available, but it is better to proceed with the default option, that is to create a virtual hard disk. Okay, a new virtual hard disk. Then it asks you to select the hard disk file type. Okay, what type of file you want to create. Okay, .vdi, .vhd or .vmdk. We will proceed with the VirtualBox disk image. Okay, it says whether you want to dynamically allocated or fixed size hard disk. Okay, so here you can read the difference between the two. It says a dynamically allocated hard disk file will only use space on your physical hard disk as it fills up. Okay, suppose we have assigned 20 GB hard disk for this operating system. Okay, but once the installation finish, it would only take 4 or 5 GB suppose. So the rest of the free size will be available to use on your main system. But if you would select the fixed size, it says a fixed size hard disk file may take longer to create on some system but is often faster to use. But we would like to select the dynamically allocated because we don't want to reserve the storage from our main system. Okay, so click on next. Again, if you want to change the name or the location, you can do that. Also, you can increase the hard disk size. Okay, do not decrease because 8 GB is recommended, so we can increase it to up to the available hardware on your system. Then click on create. Done. Okay, but when you start it for the very first time, it would ask you to select the ISO file from which you want to install this operating system. Okay, see it says select a disk. Okay, select your ISO file here and then click on start. Okay, so right now we have actually created a blank hard disk for a particular virtual machine. See, it says no bootable medium found, right? Because we haven't assigned any ISO file here. So this is how you can create a virtual machine using Oracle VirtualBox. Okay, so if you want to delete this, you can also do that. Just right click on this and click on remove. Also, you can move this virtual machine to somewhere else. Okay, and you can also create a clone of it, right? It will create the exact copy with exact specs. Here you can see Windows 10 and Windows 10 clone. See, these both are exactly same. Okay, whether it is the memory or whether it is the storage. Okay, but I have assigned the different memories. It's up to us to whether we want to assign the same specs or we want to edit them when we are creating a clone of any virtual machine. Okay, so you can also delete this from our system. Just click on remove and select delete all files, right? So this is how you can create or remove a virtual machine inside Oracle VirtualBox. Now let's talk about the basics of terminal. So click here to open the terminal. Now by default we have logged in to the root user. Okay, now Terminal is the interface between user and system. It acts as a medium between the two. It takes command from the user, then convert that command into the language which your system understands, okay, and then takes the output from the system, and then it will convert that result into the human readable format and show that here, okay. So let's talk about the basic but important commands for new users. First of all, we will proceed with ifconfig command. It stands for interface configuration. It will show us all the active interfaces of our system, okay. See, right now we have two active interfaces, ETA0, that is Ethernet, and the other is loopback, okay. So let's focus on this one. So this one is our private IP assigned to this particular system, okay, by our gateway. So this is the IP address for this particular system. We can also change these settings, okay, or network configurations using ifconfig command, but we will do that in the coming lectures. For now, let's just focus on the IP address and net mask, okay. So our next command is apt-get. apt stands for Advanced Package Tool, okay. It is actually a Debian repository for Kali Linux. Now what is repository? It is a folder on the server where you will get all the updates, all the softwares available to use with this system, okay, with this operating system. By default, you will not get all the softwares which supports Kali, okay. You will only get the one which are either popular or required by your operating system. So if you want to install anything else, you can search this repository. It is very easy to use this command. If you use apt-get update, okay, so it will look for the latest updates for this operating system and will install it on your PC, on this virtual machine, okay. Once you get the update, you can use the command upgrade, okay, and when you hit enter, it will upgrade all the softwares which we have downloaded or installed previously, okay. Right now it says 0 upgrade, 0 newly installed, right. Then the another command would be double amp. We will use this when we want to combine two different commands. For example, when we use apt, just a sec, apt-get update, okay, and then we will use double amp and then apt-get upgrade, okay. So the system will going to run this command at first, and once installed, it will proceed with the second command. So when you want to use two commands in the same line, one after another, we can use this, okay. So we have actually covered three different commands here, which is important from the perspective of a beginner. So ifconfig for interface configuration, then we have apt-get, and the last is double amp, okay. So these are the three basic but important commands. Now let's talk about some more important commands. So the next is uname, okay. We will use this command in order to get the basic information about our computer's hardware or software, okay. We can also use --help in order to get all the available options to be used with the command, okay. You can use --help with any command you want, okay. You can use ifconfig --help, right. So right now let's focus on uname, okay. So uname --help. If we use uname -a, it will print all the information regarding our operating system, right? But if we want to know a particular information about our operating system or our hardware, we can try these options. Okay, so for example, let's try uname-m. M stands for machine. Okay, so it says it will print the machine hardware name. If we use -p, it says unknown. Why? Because we are using Kali as an operating system inside a virtual machine. Okay, so it doesn't have access to our main system. That's why it was unable to print any hardware or real software information which we are using on our main system. So if we try -i, maybe it says unknown. See, it was unable to detect, right? But if we use -o, we will get the info, right? So in order to get the basic information about a computer's hardware or software, we will use uname, okay, along with its different options, right? So you can use -help in order to see all available options with their description. Okay, so if we use uname-o, it says O stands for operating system, and what it will do, it will print the operating system information on your screen, right? So you can try -help and try different options available to be used with any command you want, right? Now let's talk about the widely used Linux command, which is ls. It stands for list. It will show you the list of all available files and folders. Okay, so if I type ls and hit enter, you will see that these are the folders available inside root directory. As you know, right now we are logged in with root and our current directory is root. So here in this blue color you will see all the folders. Okay, in green it is actually an executable file. Okay, it is actually a script, right? So let me create a blank file with the name xyz. Okay, and let's use ls again. Now you will see that in the white text you will see the file name. So this is actually a difference to know which is the folder, which is the file, and which is the executable one, right? Now let's try ls-help. So here are all the available options we can use with the ls command, right? Starting with -a for all. It says if we use ls-a, do not ignore entries starting with dot. Now what is dot? See, dot represents all the hidden files and folders. So if you see dot abc in the white color, it means it is actually a hidden file, right? But if you use single dot without any other entry, it will represent our current directory, right? So ls-a, and you can see that we have a lot of hidden files and folders as well, right? So using -a, we will able to see all of them, including the hidden ones, right? Now let's see what are the other options available. So we have used -a for all. Now we can use the rest. Okay, for example, if we use -d, it says D stands for directory. It will list directories themselves and not their contents. Okay, so let's try it. So ls-d. Okay, we are able to see the same content. No worries. Let's try the other options like -r for reverse. it will reverse the order while sorting. Okay, so for example, when we use ls, we will able to see the files and folders in order of their alphabet starting from A to Z. But if we use ls-r, it will reverse the result. See, we will able to see the file starting with X, and at last we will able to see desktop starting with D. So this is -r. Okay, so let's see the other options. So we have -i for inode. It will show the index number, so ls-i. So we will able to see their IDs as well along with their name, right? Then we have ls-l. It stands for long list. It will actually show us all the available files and folders along with their other informations. For example, here at first you will able to see permissions applied on that folder. We will learn about permissions in the coming lectures, but for now let's understand R stands for read, W stands for write, and X stands for executable. That's it for now. Okay, then you will able to see the owner of that directory and the user which has created that directory. In our case both are same, that is root. Okay, then their size and the date when they are created. Okay, actually I am using the pre-built virtual machine, that's why it is showing the older date, right? Okay, so this is our current date. So when we use date command, you will able to see the current date and time as well. Okay, so you have learned about ls command and date command as well. Also you can use date -help. Okay, so you will see the so many options here. Okay, you can try them yourself, right? But for now let's not go into deep into any command, but you can just try ls command and its other options in order to understand a command better. Our next command is cd command. CD stands for change directory. So when you want to change your location, that is your directory from one to another, we will use cd command. Directory means your folder. Okay, so let's do ls, and suppose you want to move inside downloads folder, so we will use cd space the name of the folder. Okay, downloads. See, it worked, right? So to change or to move into any directory other than current directory, we will use cd command. Okay, and if you want to move one step back, okay, which means if you want to move towards parent directory, we will use cd space ... This double dot represents parent directory. Okay, so cd space ... means one step back. Hit enter and you can see we are in the root directory, right? Now suppose you want to move to desktop folder, so we will use cd space desktop. Okay, let's do ls, and you can see there is nothing there. Okay, because here on the desktop there are no files or folders available. Now if you use cd space ... and hit enter, nothing happens because ... represents current directory. So we are giving instructions to the computer that change directory to current directory, right? That's why we are in the same directory, right? Now let's quickly create a blank file. So when you want to create a new empty file in Linux, we will use touch command. So touch is another command. So touch space name of the file like sample, hit enter. See, here on the desktop we have got a new blank file, right? Just open it and you can see this file is just a blank file. Our next command is cat command. So if you want to read the data of any file in read-only format, we will use this command, cat space the name of the file, like sample, hit enter, and there is no content there, right? So we will use cat command in order to view the data in read-only format. We cannot change the data by simply using cat command, right? Although there are other options to be used with cat command when we want to edit a file, but for now, if we use cat command alone, it will only show us the data inside a file. Okay, so just open this file, double click on the file and it will open. Type the content like 123 ABC XYZ hacker etc. Okay, just save it and close the file. Again use the same command. See, if you want to run any command that you have previously run on the system, then we can use upper arrow key. It will repeat the command, see, like this. Okay, so hit enter and you can view the content of the file here, right? So we have learned about 3 commands: the cd change directory, touch to create a new empty file, and then there is cat. Okay, to clear the terminal we will use clear command. Now our next command is rm command, that is remove. So if I use rm space, okay, first let's create a blank file. So touch abc, okay, the file is here. Now rm space abc and you can see the file is deleted. So let's do ls and there is no file with the name abc, right? Now our next command is mkdir. Mk stands for make and dir is your directory. Directory means your folder. So to create a folder in Linux, we will use mkdir command followed by the name of the folder. Let's say folder 123. Hit enter and let's do ls. There it is, right? So folder is in blue color and file is in simple white text. Okay, now if I do rm space 123, you can see it says cannot remove 123 because it is a directory, right? So if you want to remove a directory, we will use rmdir, that is remove directory command. Hit enter, let's do ls and it worked, right? Okay, but what if the folder is not empty? Okay, let's do that. mkdir 123 and let's move into 123 and now let's just create a file, let's say xyz. Okay, again desktop, let's do ls, done. Now if I try to remove directory 123 using rmdir command, it says directory not empty, which means rmdir command will only work if the folder is empty. Okay, so suppose rm command is not working and rmdir command is also not working. Okay, you have tried to delete files and folders but you are failed. So in that case you can use an all-rounder command which is rm space -rf. Okay, so remove recursive forcefully, which means just forcefully remove any file or folder. It doesn't matter, okay, if that is a blank folder or maybe there's some data in that folder, that doesn't matter here. Okay, so we will use rm space -rf followed by the name of the folder. and you can see the folder is deleted, right? Okay, so these are just the basic commands which are important also from the point of view of an beginner. Let's talk about cp command. Cp stands for copy. So when we want to copy any file, we will use cp command followed by the name of the file and then the destination. Okay, so let's see this. So cp space sample, sample is our file name, and suppose you want to copy this file inside a downloads folder, so we will provide the destination path here. Okay, so if I want try to type download, it doesn't work because downloads folder is not on the desktop, it is inside the root folder. So to root see slash is the symbol which denotes the root folder. Okay, so slash, and inside root we have downloads folder. See, so slash root slash downloads. Okay, this is the complete path. Now you can copy any file to the desired location but with a different name as well. So if I type let's say hacker 555 and hit enter, it means we have copied the sample file from the desktop to the downloads folder but with a different name. Now the content will be same but the file name is different. So let's view the content of the hacker 555. So slash root slash downloads and then hit enter. See, the content will be the same because the file is same but with a different name this time. Okay, now instead of copying anything, if you want to move that file or folder, we will use the mv command. Mv stands for move and the rest of the syntax would be same. So move, name of the file and then the destination. Okay, now our next command is pwd, that is present working directory. It will show us the complete path of the directory which we are working right now. Okay, so if I hit enter, you can see our complete path is slash root slash desktop, right? See, for now we know that we are working inside desktop, but sometimes it happens that we are working somewhere deep inside a folder. At that time it is not possible for us to remember the complete path starting from slash, right? In that case, we can use pwd command to know our current directory complete path, right? So we have learned cp, mv and pwd. Okay, I told you that we will use mv command to move a file or folder. Okay, but we can also use mv command in order to rename the file. For example, let's just quickly create a file, let's say new file. Okay, and if you want to change the name of this file, so mv followed by the file name and then the new name. Let's say the new name would be file 888. Hit enter, and if we do ls, you can see the file name is changed to file 888. Okay, so mv is for move and also for rename. Now let's talk about our next command, which is locate command. We use this command in order to locate the file in the system. So suppose you remember the file name but you don't know the complete path of that file. Okay, so in that case we will use the locate command. So locate space the name of the file. For example, if I type passwd, passwd stands for password, and hit enter, you can see all the files related to passwd, whether it is passwd.txt or passwd.list or passwd.templates, etc. You can see all of them. Okay, so let's try one more file. So locate space user.txt file. This time I provided the extension. See, it worked. So we have got the password, dictionary, etc. So everything that has user.txt will show you here on the terminal when we use the locate command. So we use locate command in order to locate the file or know the destination of that file in our system. Let's talk about sort command. But first, let me put some data into this file. So let's say 1 2 3 ABC. Okay, anything. So I am putting some random data here. Just save the file, and if we view the content of this file, you can see the content is not sorted. Okay, so to sort them in ascending order, we will use sort space the name of the file and hit enter, and you can see it has been sorted in the ascending order. But if you want to sort them in descending order, you can simply type sort space -r for reverse, and then the name of the file, and you can see here. This way you can sort the content of any file using sort command. So sort and sort space -r for reverse. Now let's move towards our next command, which is zip. So when you want to zip any file or folder, we will use this command. So the format would be zip space the name of the file you want to create space the name of the current file. Okay, so zip space, let's say hacker dot zip space current file name, hit enter. See, here on the desktop we have got our hacker.zip file, right? You can check on the terminal as well using ls command, and see, zip file will always shown in the red color, whereas the normal file would be in the plain white text. Okay, now if you want to unzip this, we will simply use unzip command and then the name of the file which we want to unzip, hit enter. Okay, it's asking whether you want to replace the current file or you want to rename it. Simply type y and hit enter. See, the file is being created. Okay, now what if you want to unzip this file somewhere else other than the current directory? First of all, let's create a folder, let's say xyz. Okay, now I want to unzip this file inside this folder. In that case, we will use unzip space the name of the file and then the path. Okay, hit enter. Okay, if you want to unzip it inside a folder, we have to use an option called -d, which stands for directory. Hit enter. If you want to check it, just use ls against that folder. See, it worked, right? If you want to view this graphically, just double click on the folder here on the desktop and you can see the file, right? So we have got our file 888 back. So this is how zip and unzip command will work. Our next command is where is. See, whatever command we use in Linux will have a module located somewhere on this system, right? So if you want to locate that, we will use where is command along with the name of the command, like where is ls, and you can see this is the complete path for the module of ls command, right? So you can try where is command with any other command you like. Okay, so where is cat, here it is, right? Now the next command is history command. You can view the complete list of the commands which you have run in this particular session, right? See, here is the complete list of it, right? And if you want to repeat a particular command, so you have two options. Either you can use the up arrow key in order to find that command, right? Or you can simply type history command and then use the exclamation mark followed by the number of that command. Like if I type 119, then this command will get repeated. Okay, if I type 120, then ls will be repeated. If I hit enter, see, it worked, right? So this way you can use any command from the history. Okay, if you want to clear the history, simply use history space -c for clear. Okay, now if I use up arrow key, it's not working. Let's try history command. You can see there are no commands other than the one which we have recently used. So the history is cleared. Okay. Let's talk about some more commands. So our next command would be add user. We will use this command in order to create a new account to our Kali. Okay. So to create a new user in Kali, we will use add user, right? So add user space the name of the user account. Let's say it would be Harry5. Okay, so it's just a name and nothing else. So add user space Harry5, hit enter. Okay, it will ask for the password, so let's do that. Let's say 111 would be the password. Okay, now it says full name for Harry5. So Harry5, hit enter. Room number, leave it blank. Again blank. Next, hit enter. It says, is this information correct? Yes. Okay, so the user has been created, right? Now suppose you haven't provided the password when you are creating the user. Okay, suppose you have left the password to blank and now you want to assign the password. Okay, so we will use the passwd command for that. So passwd Harry5, hit enter. It says enter new Unix password. See, as we are logged in from the root user, so it never asks you for the password when you switch to a normal user. As you know, root user is the admin user in Linux which has all the powers. So whenever you logged in with the root user, you will able to see this hash sign. Okay, and whenever you try to log in with a standard user with limited powers, you will see a $sign instead of hash, right? So the new password would be 222. Hit enter. Again 222. Hit enter. It says password updated successfully, right? So we have learned about add user and passwd. Now let's see how we can log in to the other user. For example, if you want to switch from one user to another, we will use the su command, that is switch user space followed by the user we want to switch to. Let's say Harry5. Hit enter and see here harry5@kali instead of root, right? Also you will able to see the $sign here, which says the user you have logged in from has limited power in this system. Okay, now each user has its separate directory. For example, for root we have /root, right? So for Harry we have /home Harry. Okay, so cd space /home/Harry5. Okay, hit enter. Let's do ls, and there's nothing there because we have created a new user, right? And we haven't created any data inside this directory. So the home directory for Harry5 would be /home/Harry5, right? And for root it is /root. Okay, so let's switch back to root. See, it asks you for the password, because if you are the root user, you will able to log into the standard user without any password. But if you try to log into the root, or if you try to switch to another standard user from one standard user, it will ask for the password. Okay, see, it says authentication failure because I have provided the wrong password here. Okay, so let's do it again. Switch to root and then the password. Okay, see, who am I? We use whoami command just to make sure that from which user we have logged into. Okay, so who am I? Root. So you have learned about add user, passwd, switch user, and whoami. Our next command is exit, to exit the terminal, right? Now let's talk about the chmod command, that is change mode command. Okay, we use this command in order to change the permissions for files and folders. Okay, so change mode followed by the permissions and then the name of the file or folder, right? So first of all, the permissions are divided into three parts. The first one is for admin, second is for group, and third is for others, public. Okay, or you can say normal standard users, right? So the permissions are divided into three parts. The first part is for admin, second is for group, and third is for others. Okay, so the format would be same. Okay, the sequence of the permissions will remain same all the time. Okay, now we have three different permissions. Okay, so R is equal to read, W is equal to write, and X for execute. Okay, so we have three permissions: read, write, and execute, denoted by R, W, and X letters. Okay, so whenever we want to assign permissions based on letters, we will use R, W, and X. But we can also use numbers here. For example, for read we can use 4. For write we may use 2, and for execute we will use 1. So instead of typing RWX, it means whenever you want to assign full permission to any of them, so instead of typing RWX, we can simply use 7, because 4 plus 2 plus 1 is equal to 7, right? The same way, if you want to assign only read and execute permissions to group, we will use read blank execute, or we can type 5 here. Okay, both has same meaning, RWX or 7 and R blank X is equal to 5. And for others, suppose we want to only assign permissions to, let's say, read, and we don't want to assign write and execute permission. So either we can type r hyphen hyphen, or we can simply type 4, which means read. Okay, so the permissions are divided into 3 parts. The first part is for admin, second is for group, and third is for others. We can assign read, write and execute permissions using alphabets like RWX or numbers 4 to 1. Okay, to check the permissions we will use ls-l. Here you can see, if you count them, these are 10 in total. Okay, so the first place which says D stands for directory. If it was a file, then you will see a blank. Okay, so the first place is D. The rest 9 are divided into 3 parts, 3, 3 and 3. The first 3 permissions are for the admin user, which means the user who has created that folder. Okay, I am not talking about root here. Okay, because root is a super user. If you take away all the permissions from the root, still root is able to do read, write and execute on all the files and folders, as this user is created when we are installing the operating system, right? So I am talking about admin user here. These permissions are for admin user. These permissions are for the group owner. See, group means, suppose I have added 3 people and assigned name group A. Now if I want to provide permissions to group A, that permission will be applied on all the users inside that group. Okay, so instead of assigning separate permissions to each user, I will create a group for them. Okay, and these permissions are for others, which means those who are not admin and not in any group were considered as others. Okay, so if we use letters here, like change mode, if you want to assign permissions to the admin, then we will use U for user, admin user. Okay, so we will use a plus sign when we want to assign permissions, and if we want to take away permissions, we will use minus sign. Okay, that means we are taking back the permissions. So user plus, suppose rwx space. Okay, first let's just create a blank file, let's say temp. Okay, and let's check the permissions for temp. You can see the admin has the read write permission and others has read only permissions. But suppose we want to assign full permissions to all of them, for admin, for group and for others, which means rwx, rwx, rwx. Okay, so if we use letters in order to assign permissions, we have to use u plus rwx and then the name of the file. Okay, then g plus rwx, that is for group, and at last we will use o for others. So if you want to assign full permissions to all of them, we have to use these commands, right? So if you check, you will see all of them have full permissions over this file. You can see the file colors changes to green. Green means the file is now executable. As soon as we assign the executable permissions to any file, it will change its color to green. So if you want to take back the permissions, you have to do u minus rwx for temp. Okay, again g minus rwx, and then again for others, right? Now if you check again, you will see there are no permissions whatsoever on this file, right? So this is the one way. The other way is to use numbers, chmod 777, which means read, write and execute for admin, then the second 7 is for rwx permission for group, and the last 7 is for others. So change mode 777 temp, done. See, it worked, right? So using numbers are easy instead of using letters, right? And if you want to take permissions back, simply type change mode 000, which means no permission to any. Check again, and here it is. Okay, so let's change it to the default permissions. So whenever you create a file, you will get 644 as a default permissions for that file. Okay, so what does 644 stand for? It stands for read and write. 6 means 4 plus 2, r is equal to 4, w is equal to 2. So 6 means read write, and r means 4, again 4, right? So this is the easy method to assign the permissions, right? Okay, so you have learned how to apply permissions to a file. But what if you want to apply that same permission to the folder, and you want that all the files and folders inside that folder will be automatically share the same permissions? For example, first let's move to desktop. Okay, and if I do pwd, you can see we are on the desktop of the root. Here if I do ls-l, you will see that we have a folder xyz. Okay, and these are the permissions for that particular folder. Okay, and let's check the data inside this folder. So we have only one file here, so let me create one more file. So touch temp. Okay, and let's just create a folder as well. So abc. Okay, so now we have one folder and two files inside the xyz folder, right? And you can check their permissions as well. By default, the directory have these permissions, okay, and files have these, right? So let's go one step back. Okay, so this time I will change the permission for this folder. Okay, but later you will come to know that all the data inside this folder, which is these things, all these files and folders will get the same permission which we apply here. Okay, so let's see the practical. chmod -R. R stands for recursive, which means all the data inside a folder, right? So this time we are actually assigning permissions to a folder and its content and the name. Okay, first the permissions, let's say 777. Okay, I want to assign full permissions to all the, including admin, group and other users. Okay, and at last we have the name of the folder. Hit enter. Let's do ls-l for xyz, and you can see the directory has read write execute permission for admin, read write execute permission for group, and read write execute permission for others as well, right? Now let's move inside the folder and let's check the permissions here as well. So you can see all the files changes to green color because the files are now executable, right? See, both files have full permissions, right? So this is how you can assign a permission over the folder and its contents using -R. R stands for recursive. You have learned about basic commands. Now let's talk about some of the basic shortcuts in Linux. Okay, so suppose your terminal is full of commands, okay, and you want to clear this. So either we can use clear command or we can use a shortcut which is Ctrl+L. Okay, so Ctrl+L is the shortcut for clear, right? Now suppose there is some process going on, okay, and which keeps your system busy, okay, which keeps this terminal busy, and you want to kill that process because it's taking longer than usual. In that case we will use Ctrl+C, So control plus C used to kill the process, right? But instead of killing a process, if you want to stop a process, we can use control plus Z. Okay, that way the process will get stopped and will be moved to the background, right? Okay, then we have, suppose you want to copy something in Linux. Okay, let's say you want to copy these words, the files. So just select them and use Control Shift C. In Windows we use Control C, but here in Linux we have to use Control plus Shift plus C. Okay, and to paste it we will use Control plus Shift plus V. See, right? Because if we use Control C, it will kill the process instead of copying a content, right? So CTRL plus Shift plus C used to copy and V for paste, right? Now suppose you are typing a very long command, okay, a very long command, and you want to move your cursor at the beginning of this command. So you have two options. First one is to use the left side arrow key, okay, just to move at the beginning, right? And again, if you want to go to the end, you have to use right arrow key. But we have shortcuts for this as well. We will use Control A to go to the beginning of the command and Control E to go to the end of the command. Okay, so Control A to go to the beginning of a command and Control E to go to the end of the command, right? And there is one more shortcut which is Control plus K. Okay, so suppose you want to delete last 5 characters of this command. So move your cursor to the 5th one and use Control K. It will actually cut the data starting from the cursor, right? And if you don't use that data in the future, it will automatically gets deleted, right? So if you want to delete something, just move your cursor, use Control K and just leave it. Okay, the data is been deleted now, right? So these are the some of the basic shortcuts. So we have learned about Control C to kill a process, right? Control L for clear, Control Z to stop a process, Control A to go to the start of the command, Control E to go to the end, Control K to cut something, some data, some lines, right? And Control Shift C to copy and Control Shift V to paste. Okay. Our next topic is anonymity. Okay, so what is anonymity? Most probably you have heard a word called anonymous, which means hidden. Okay, so there are a lot of ways which help you to become hidden over the internet, but don't ever think that you will be 100% untraceable. That is not possible, right? We can increase the level of privacy at the max, but don't ever think that you are 100% safe and no one can track you if you do any illegal activity, right? Don't ever consider anonymity if you are doing something illegal. Okay, you can use them for the legal purpose as well, like normal surfing. Okay, so most probably there are a lot of ways for this. You may heard a word called Tor browser, okay, or you know about virtual private networks, or you have heard about proxy, okay, and IP address changer, right? So there are a lot of things. We will learn about them one by one. So let's start with the very first thing, which is a proxy or proxy server, right? Okay, so let's start with the proxy. Okay, proxy or proxy server are the same things. Okay, proxy is also known as the proxy server. Now, what is proxy server? See, it will help you to generate a fake identity. For example, there are two friends, Harry and John, okay, or let's say Harry and Ajay. So Harry needs some medicines, okay, but Harry don't want to go to the medical shop, okay. So Harry say to Ajay that would you bring me some medicines? Ajay says okay, just give me the prescription. Then Ajay go to the medical store, let's say ABC Medicals, right, and it asks for the medicines, collect it and then transfer it to Harry. Now the ABC, the person on that medical store, doesn't know that these medicines are for Harry, because Harry is able to hide his identity by sending Ajay to ABC. This is the proxy, right? This one is the real user, this one is the proxy, and this one is the website, right? This way website never knows that who is actually accessing my data. Okay, so suppose your college has banned facebook.com for all of their students in the campus, right? But as a student you want to visit this website, so what you can do is, suppose you are the student and you are trying to access Facebook, but before that we have a firewall. Now what is firewall? Firewall is a set of rules, right? So firewall says, hey, I cannot allow you to go to facebook.com because it has been blocked, right? So what this student can do is, this student will request firewall that hey, I don't want to go to facebook.com, just send me to abc.com, okay. Now firewall says yes, ABC is allowed, okay. So it will allow you to go to the abc.com, but abc.com is a proxy server which says I can transfer you to any website you want because we haven't blocked any website. So student will first go to abc.com and then ask abc.com to open Facebook for him, okay. So this way a student can access facebook.com after being blocked by the firewall, okay. So this way we can use a proxy or proxy server. Now let's see the practical. Let's see the practical of proxy server. First of all, we have to download AnonSurf, that is anonymous surfing. It's actually a tool built for the proxy, okay. The best way to download it is just open the browser and type download AnonSurf and you will get the first link of github.com from where you can download this. So what's the process of downloading this tool from GitHub? See, you have to copy that URL from GitHub and simply type git. Okay, first let's just move to desktop. Let's type git clone. This is the command and then you have to paste that URL, okay, which you have copied. So let's first open the browser, okay. Here type download AnonSurf and open this first link, okay. You can also copy the link from this URL or you can copy this from below, okay. You can copy its code, its installer, etc. You have instructions on how to use this repository, right, and some other information like what you can do with AnonSurf, what kind of commands you can use, okay, how to install it. See, the complete process is given here, right. So just close it, paste the link here and type .git at the end because this is the complete URL for this. I know because I have done it previously. Hit enter and it says cloning into Kali AnonSurf, okay. So here on the desktop you can see we have got the folder, right. Now we have to install this. To install it, we will use // and okay, first we have to move inside this folder Kali AnonSurf. Let's do ls, and you can see the installer file here, installer.sh. Let's install it // then installer.sh. okay, hit enter, and now it has started installing this tool on our operating system. Okay, so let it install. Till then, let's open a new terminal. I have used a shortcut which is Ctrl+Shift+N for new terminal. Let's check our IP address. See, using ifconfig command, we will able to know our local IP address and not the public IP address, right? So, how to find out our public IP address? Just open your browser, okay, and type what is my IP. Let's try this one. It directly shows us the IP. See, here it is. Here is our original IP, okay, and the other information as well. Like you can see here that this internet service provider is from this location, okay, and I am using this web browser under this operating system. This is the current time and the exact location, right? But don't worry, don't think that this is the correct information, right? Who knows that I am using IP address changer already on my main system? Okay, so again click on yes, let it download. See, when we open this tool, it automatically assigns us a new IP address, okay, from its available servers. So the installation process is completed. Now let's just start it. Okay, so Kali, let's just do ls. Okay, so Kali AnonSurf -help. Okay, it says error processing package. Okay, so let me first check. Okay, so one file was missing, so I have created that file. Now the problem is solved. So let me show you which file I have created. So first of all, let's go to cd/etc default. Let's do ls. Here you will able to see a file called tor. This file was missing in my system, right? So I have created one. How? I used vim and then the name of the file, vim tor. Here you can see you have to type these lines here. Okay, run daemon yes. Okay, then save the file using escape shift:\wq for save and exit, exclamation for forcefully, hit enter. Okay, so I have created this file, and now when I try to run AnonSurf, first let's do --help to explore all the available options. So if you use AnonSurf start, it will start the system-wide anonymous tunneling, okay, under Tor proxy. If we use stop to stop the tool, restart to restart the tool, status to check the status, my IP to show your current IP, etc. Okay, so let's try them. Let's do AnonSurf start, hit enter. Okay, it says you are under AnonSurf tunnel, right? So as you know, our public IP address was this one, Okay, it says server not found. Let's do again. So google.co.in. Okay, so this time internet is not working. Why? So AnonSurf is not working in the older version of Kali. So I have upgraded my Kali to the latest version 2022. So this is how it looks. First I downloaded the latest version of Kali from its official website, and then I used the command apt get update and upgrade, right? So it took me nearly about 30 to 40 minutes in total, and here we have our new Kali. So you can see now we have Firefox as a browser, right? The rest of the features are same. It's just the looks that changed. So here we have our terminal. Okay, so I followed the same steps as we have done previously in the older version of Kali in order to download and install AnonSurf, right? Now here you can see we have 4 different workspaces. For example, if for any reason workspace 1, which is the current session, is busy in some process, then we can move towards the second workspace to perform other tasks. Then we have third and fourth. We can also increase or decrease the number of these workspaces, but for now focus on AnonSurf. So here we don't have access to the root. Okay, it's simply because of the security of Kali. So we can use sudo command here. Using sudo command, a normal user can also perform the task as an admin. Okay, only if it is allowed by the root user, right? So sudo AnonSurf, and then we have start. Hit enter. It says password for current user. So by default username and password is Kali. Okay, hit enter and done. Okay, this time it worked. So let's just open Firefox. Here it is. Let's type what is my IP. Hit enter. Okay, so we have to pass this captcha process. It is so because Google is receiving a lot of traffic from this proxy server, right? So there are high chances that you will also face these kind of things whenever you use a proxy server, right? Okay, so see, this is our public IP address for now. Okay, as we know that this is not the original IP, right? So this way we can use AnonSurf in order to hide our identity from the websites we visit, right? Because the websites will get this IP address and they think that this is the original IP address which a person is using, right? But we know that this is a proxy. Okay, now we can also do AnonSurf stop in order to exit AnonSurf, right? Now if we visit website right now, then the website will record our original IP address. Okay, but what if you want to change your IP address? You don't want to use the IP address which AnonSurf assigned you. So we will use sudo AnonSurf, okay, restart. Okay, it will only restart when it's actually working, right? So first we have to use start. Hit enter. Okay, and now we will use restart. This way we will get a new IP address, right? You can also check the status here. Okay, now let's see what are the other options available to be used here. So we have start, stop, restart, change, status, my IP. See, if you try here AnonSurf my IP, you will able to see the IP address which we are using right now. Okay, the IP address provided by AnonSurf. Okay, this is not our original IP, right? Okay, so let's stop AnonSurf. Okay, so we have to use sudo AnonSurf stop. Okay, now let's just repeat the command AnonSurf my IP. See, this is our original IP address for now. Okay, this is also a dynamic IP, right? So it changes at times. Okay, but for now this is our original IP address, and the earlier IP address which we saw is provided by our proxy server, right? So this is how we can use a proxy in order to protect our identity or to protect ourselves from websites to get tracked. Our next topic is VPN, Virtual Private Network. Now, many people gets confused and think that VPN and proxy are the same thing, right? This is so because both of them will work the same way, but that doesn't mean both are the same thing. See, when we use a proxy server, so we are a user, we first go to proxy server and then we go to the website, okay, which we want to visit. Okay, but there is a problem here. Your connection, okay, the tunnel between you and the website is not secured. Okay, we use proxy just to protect ourselves from websites because websites track you, right? That's why we use proxy. But the other agencies like your internet service provider or government agencies or a hacker can interfere in your connection and will know that what you are doing here. Okay, so that's why we have a concept of VPN. Here in VPN the process is same, but it will use encryption in order to create a secure tunnel, an encrypted tunnel between user and the end website. Okay, so VPN uses encryption and will encrypt your tunnel. It will create a personal virtual private tunnel for you. Okay, and it is not an easy task to crack an encryption. So it will actually protecting you from government agencies, hackers and your ISP from tracking you. Okay, so they were unable to track you if you are using an encrypted secure tunnel. And we all know that we cannot create a personal tunnel for each user physically. That's why its name is virtual private network. It virtually creates a secure encrypted tunnel, right? So this is the basic concept of a VPN. Now let's see how to set up a VPN. Now let's see how we can set up a VPN. Although there are many free and paid VPNs available over the internet, but the one which we are using is completely free and I personally consider that. So first of all, let's open Firefox. Okay, now just open a URL which is vpnbook.com/freevpn. Because vpnbook.com has more than one VPN, both free and paid. Okay, but we want the one which is free of cost. Here you can see free open VPN, which is also recommended. Okay, so we are going to use open source VPN. Now here you can see many links. You can download any one of these. Okay, and one more thing, here at below you will able to see username and password. Okay, so you have to check this password and username again and again because password changes at times, right? So first let's download any one of these. Let's say this one. Okay, just save the file. Okay, let's just close it. Now let's open the downloads folder. Here you will able to see a zip file. So first of all, select it, then right click and click on extract here. Okay, so here we have got the folder. Now you will able to see 4 different files here. Okay, the first 2 are TCP and the third and fourth is UDP. So TCP and UDP are two different protocols. We use UDP when we try to broadcast any packet. Okay, but for now we will going to use TCP because TCP is a transfer protocol which is actually a connection oriented protocol, right? So it will create a secure connection. Okay, the first step is to create a secure connection from source to destination. So TCP will do it for us. Okay, and then TCP will transfer the data into packets and will also confirm that the package will be delivered safely or not, right? So here you will see TCP 80 and 443. See, you all know that whenever we access a website, it uses a protocol, HTTP protocol, right? So when the website says HTTP, it uses port number 80. Okay, because port number 443 is reserved for HTTPS. S stands for secure. Okay, that doesn't mean the website is secured. It means the data which is transferring is encrypted, right? So we will going to use this file which says TCP 443. Okay, so let's see how to do that. Let's just open terminal here in downloads folder. Simply right click anywhere on this folder and click on open terminal here. Now here you can see we are already inside this folder. Otherwise we have to use command cd/home/kali/download etc. Right? So how to run this file? See, we have to use a command open VPN followed by the name of the file. Okay, so let's just copy the name of this file. Okay, and just paste it here. Okay, let's just remove this. Actually we have to paste whatever is on the clipboard. See, instead of copy and paste, you can also try slowly typing the name of the file and then use the tab button. Okay, the tab key, right? It will auto complete the file name, right? Simply hit enter and now it asks you to provide the username. Okay, so the username is on the website. Okay, so we have to open the website again. Here it is. So VPN book is the username. So let's type VPN book, hit enter, and now let's just type the password. So it would be 9NTAS3C. Hit enter. Okay, now it's actually searching for the server to get connected. Okay, so it says operation not permitted. Okay, let's try this with sudo open VPN followed by the file name. The file name is VPN book TCP 443. username is VPN book, hit enter. Authentication password, press tab for no echo. Now 9NTAS 3C. Okay, now it says initialization sequence completed. See, now never close this window. Okay, as soon as you close this window, your connection will be disconnected, will be break, okay, from the VPN server. So now you are using a VPN. Okay, now you may visit any website you want using a secure VPN connection, right? But just remember not to close this window until your task gets completed. Okay, so only close it when you want to exit from the VPN, right? So the connection is lost now. So this is how you can use a very simple but free open VPN on Kali. So you have learned about proxy and VPN and the difference between the two. Now let's talk about Tor. So you have already used Tor when we have performed the practical for AnonSurf, because AnonSurf first uses Tor, then it will move towards the IP tables, right? So let's see what is Tor. Tor is a free and open source software for enabling anonymous communications, right? The actual name of Tor is the Onion Router. Okay, so Tor is the short form of the Onion Router. Okay, now why onion? Why this word is used for this Tor? See, we all know onions have so many layers, one inside another, right? So this is how Tor works. Tor will connect you to minimum of 3 different proxy servers, okay, or maybe more sometimes. We can change the settings of Tor. So Tor uses 3 or more different proxy servers in order to protect your identity. So it's very hard for a hacker or anyone who try to trace the real user, okay, who is using Tor. So it is very difficult. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but it is very, very difficult, right? So this is how Tor help us. Now Tor was developed by US Naval Laboratory in order to provide secure intelligence online communication. Okay, so this was the purpose of developing the Tor. Okay, and it was developed in 1990. Later, in 13 August 2004, it will be released publicly. Okay, it was made available for the use of general public as well. Okay, so the main aim of Tor is to create online secure communication to protect your identity by assigning you 3 or more different IPs one after another, right? So suppose when you start the Tor, it will first go to its server first. Okay, server 1 is just an example, it is not the real name. It take one IP from server 1, then it will go to server 2, takes another IP, then it will go to the server 3, takes one more IP, and then it will go towards the destination which you have provided, right? So this is how Tor works. So when someone tries to trace you back, or this website wants to know, it will only reach up to server 3. Okay, or if a hacker wants to trace you, then he will try to reach to server 2 and then to server 1 and then to the original person. But at that time it is very much possible that you have disconnected Tor, right? So now it's not possible for a hacker to trace you, right? So this is not an easy task to trace a user who is using Tor. right? Now I hope you all know about that we have three types of internet. Okay, the first one is called the surface web. Okay, surface web is the one which we use in our day-to-day life, like we use Google, Bing, Yahoo, we search for any website, we get the results, and that's it, right? So this one is called the surface web. Okay, the another is deep web. Now what is deep web? Suppose you have created a website, okay, which contains so many URLs, let's say 10 URLs, okay, and out of 10 you want some of the URL to be hidden from the public, okay, you want to keep them hidden and you want only you can access it, okay, because you know the URLs, right? So you hide some URLs from the internet, search engines, crawlers, etc. Okay, so they will find at the deep web. Okay, those kind of URLs will be available at deep web. Now comes the dark web. Okay, so what is dark web? See, first, dark web is not easily accessible. Okay, you cannot access any kind of website available on dark web using your normal web browsers or search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, etc. Okay, so how to access it? Well, we use Tor for this purpose. Okay, Tor help you to get inside dark web because the websites there will contain the extension .onion. As you know, on the surface web we have .com, .edu, .org, etc. Okay, like that in dark web we have .onion. Okay, that's why it is very easy that we can access these kind of websites using Tor. But remember one thing, it is totally illegal to access the dark web because all the illegal works including smuggling, including hiring a hitman, etc., purchasing guns or any kind of weapon which is not allowed by the government were easily available on dark web. Even you can hire some experts hacker, real black hat hackers over there, right? But it is also not good for us to access these kind of websites because who knows that when you click on any bad link you will actually giving your remote access, your system's complete control to the unknown person like any black hat hacker, right? So it is not good for us to visit dark web and also it is illegal to do that, right? Now before we proceed to the practical, first let's understand how to make a website live on the internet. So we have two important things. The first is domain and the next is server. Okay, so what is domain? See, domain is actually a name, a unique name for your website like abc.com or xyz.org. Okay, and this name would be unique, it will be only one in the world. Although you can take the same name but with different domain or extension like abc.in, right, abc.online, etc., right, but abc.com will be unique. Okay, so this is the domain name, right? Now what is server? See, once you buy the domain name you have to buy some storage where you want to store the files related to this website because purchasing the domain will not provide you with the storage. Okay, you cannot get storage free. So we have many servers, okay, web servers, we call them as hosting. So hosting server, we have to buy some space, although there are so many free servers there but we cannot use them. Okay, because the paid servers will give you better services, faster response rate, security, etc. So here you can store your files, okay, and Each hosting server has its own IP address. Okay, for example, like 198 dot something, okay, something like this. Okay, so first you have to buy the domain, then you have to buy the space where you can store your files. Okay, and at last you have to connect them. Okay, you have to connect this IP address with your domain name, right? Because when someone tries to access abc.com, there is a server called DNS server will actually look for this IP, okay, and will show you the data whatever is stored under this IP, okay, because this is the IP of the server. So how you can connect this? There are two ways. We can go to the DNS settings inside domain dashboard, and there you will find A type records where you can simply post this IP in that file, okay, in A records, okay. And the other way is to use name servers, that is NS. They will be like ns1 dot something dot com and dot. See, the last dot is the default one, okay. So it will actually give us the two name servers, ns1 and ns2, okay, and then again something.com. So these are the two ways. Either you can use the IP address or the name server, right? Once you connect it and someone tries to access abc.com, see, it is not an easy task to remember the IP address, right? We cannot remember this IP address. It's easy for us humans to remember the names of the websites. That's why domain is important. But remember one thing, domain is always fixed, okay, but you can change the hosting server whenever you want, okay, anytime you want, as per your needs you can change the hosting server, right? So you always access facebook.com, google.com, but how many of you will remember the IP address of them? Like instead of typing google.com, you use their IP address to access that, okay, not possible, right? That's why domain is important, okay. And then we have DNS server. The main work of a DNS server is to convert the name you have typed in the URL bar, okay, and then convert it into IP address just to see which IP is associated with this domain, right? And then it will show you the data what is stored on that server, okay. So this is the work of DNS server. Now this process is used to make a website live on the surface web. I am not talking about dark web, okay. This is the process of surface web. Now let's talk about the process of dark web, okay. So in dark web, suppose you have created a website on the surface web and you have some illegal files over there on your hosting server, okay. So you cannot make your website live, because if you do that, the government will check it for it, government agencies, okay, and the other private companies will look after your website, and then they will add your website in their blacklist, right? So you cannot make your website live if they are containing some of the illegal files. In that case, we have dark web. So in dark web, we can create a website, okay, and instead of purchasing hosting server, we can create our own system, okay, and then convert it into a web server using some softwares like XAMPP, WAMP, etc. Okay, using some softwares we can convert our local machine into a server, and we can host any file we want because we are the owner of this system, right? So we can host illegal files on our system, okay. And here comes the role of Tor. What Tor will do? Tor will ask you to create a website, convert your system into the server, okay, and then connect it to the internet. Then Tor will take your website and IP address and will assign you some random name for your website. Okay, Tor will assign you like abc.onion. Okay, any random name Tor will assign you, and then using that name anyone can visit your website, okay, access your server, right? Tor will do it for you. Now this website is not accessible using Google, Yahoo, Bing, etc. You cannot use normal web browser like Chrome, etc. or Firefox in order to access these websites. That's why people use Tor. So this is the basic of how you can make a website live on the Tor. But remember one thing, this work is totally illegal. So never think of doing this kind of work. Okay, so let's see the working of Tor. How Tor actually works. So here is user PC. So when we try to connect to any website without Tor, let's say you want to open google.com, okay, so you simply type google.com and then you will reach your destination, which is Google, and directly get response from there. Okay, but when we use Tor and a user requests something, let's say google.com, the request will first go to the entry relay. Okay, it's actually a server which assign you a IP, okay, like a proxy. So your request will first go to entry relay. Entry relay will apply a protection, okay, apply a lock on your request to make it private, right? And then it will transfer this request to middle relay. Okay, so entry relay will only know that I have to forward a request to the middle relay, okay, and nothing else. And middle relay will only know that it will get request from entry relay and it has to pass this request to the exit relay. Okay, but middle relay doesn't know that what kind of website or what kind of data entry relay is demanding. Okay, so once request okay, so middle relay will also apply a lock over that request, okay, which is a protection layer. When request reaches to exit relay, it will only know that it has received request from this server, okay, and doesn't know about this server and the original user, right? So exit relay will now transfer the request to the required website, right? And the same way the website respond to exit relay. Then exit relay will transfer the data to middle and then to entry, and then at last user is able to see the response, right? So this is the normal working of a Tor, right? So by default it will apply 3 relays in between, namely entry, middle and exit. Okay, remember one thing, when exit relay received the request, it will decrypt that request, okay, it will remove protection so that it will know where to forward that request. Okay, so this connection is not secured. Okay, we will see them in the coming lectures, but for now you must know that the connection from here to up to this one is secured, totally secured, right? But here it will decrypt or remove the protection in order to reach the destination. So Google will know about exit relay, that Google is receiving request from this server, but Google doesn't know about this and the real user. So this is how Tor works. Okay, now let's talk about proxy chains. Okay, so proxy chain is a tool, comes by default with Kali. Okay, so it's a pre-built tool in Kali Linux. So what is this? See, it is a tool that forces any TCP connection made by any application to follow through proxy like Tor or HTTP or HTTPS that we have talked about in VPN. Okay, so similar to that. So as the name says, proxy chains, creating a chains of proxy servers, right? So now it's upon you that how many servers you want to use between you and your destination, right? So before we move towards the practical of Tor and proxy chains, you first know whether you have Tor enabled in your Kali or not. Okay, and for any reason if you don't have Tor, you may use apt-get install Tor. Okay, you have to run this command in Kali. Again, if you haven't found proxy chains in Kali, in that case you have to install it too. So install and then proxy chains. Okay, so you have to run these two commands if you don't have previously. Okay, by default you will get both of these in Kali, but if for any reason you are unable to find it, then please install Tor and proxy chains. Now let's see the practical of Tor and proxy chains. So we will see how we can use Tor and proxy chains in Kali. Okay, so first of all we have to start the Tor service. Okay, so service Tor start is the command for this. Okay, so we have to wait. Okay, we have to assign the password. Okay, so the Tor service is now started. Now the next step is to locate the proxychains.configuration file. So we will use locate command and then the name of the file, which is proxychains.conf. This is the configuration file for proxy chains. Okay, we have to use sudo locate proxychains.conf. We have to assign the password. We are unable to do that. Let's find out why. Service Tor status. Okay, it's running. See, the default path for proxychains.conf is /etc/proxychains.conf. Okay, so let's edit that file. First we have to use /etc proxy chains. Okay, the name of the file is proxychains4.conf. That's why we are unable to locate it, right? So we will going to use proxychains4.conf. Maybe in your virtual machine it comes with the default name proxychains.conf. Okay, but as I am using version 4, that's why the name changes to proxychains4.conf, right? So that was the mistake of the name of the file and not the command. Okay, so locate command is very useful. Okay, so we have to edit this. Okay, so here you can see two different options. The one is dynamic chain and the other is strict chain. By default strict chain is enabled, right? But we want to use the dynamic one. Why so? Because strict chain means whenever I assign any task to my browser, it will by default go with the strict chain. Strict chain is, it means the proxies are already decided and finalized and no one can change them. So suppose we are using 3 different proxies which are fixed. Strict means static, which means fixed. So 3 proxies are fixed. But for any reason, if one of the proxies is unable to respond or dead or a server is down for any reason, then our request will be denied. Okay, but in dynamic chain, if for any reason any proxy is dead, they will be skipped to the next one. As you can read here, Each connection will be done via a changed proxies, all proxies chained in the order as they appear in the list. At least one proxy must be online to play in chain, and dead proxies are skipped, right? So we are actually going to use the dynamic chain, right? So in order to activate this, simply remove the hash, okay, and we have to stop this one. We don't want to use a static chain or strict chain. Now just come to the last of this, just simply come to the last line of this file, and here you have to add a simple line, that is SOX 5, okay, and then the same IP address 9050. Now don't think about SOX 4 and 5, these are just the servers, okay, these are just the proxies, list of proxy, okay. Simply save the file and exit. Okay, it says we don't have permission to edit this file. Okay, I understand it. Simply we have to use sudo here because we need root power in order to perform this. Okay, so again, see, I am using Vim, which is a text editor, okay, a file editor, but you may use any other like gedit or maybe leafpad. Leafpad is very easy to use, right? You can simply edit a file just like your notepad. Okay, again let's go at the bottom of this page and we have to add SOX 5. So SOX 5, then 127.0.0.1 and then the port number. See, it worked, right? So by default, this was the latest version of Kali where you are unable to get root access directly, okay. So that's the reason we have to use sudo whenever we want to use the root power. Okay, now let's use proxy chains. See, it's very simple process, just type sudo and then proxy chains and followed by the name of the browser you want to use proxy chains with. Okay, so proxy chains Firefox would be the command. Okay, let's try without sudo. So proxy chains Firefox. See? Okay, now the very first thing is, what is my IP? Okay, because you are going to see a random IP address provided by Tor. Okay, so it's not working. Let's find out why. Okay, website is opening. See, ip8.com is a good website when you want to find out details about the IP address, okay. So it will give us a complete detail about our IP address and the last server known to this website, okay. See, it says this is your public IP and we know that this is not our original IP, right? And it says this is the internet service provider and host name is Tor. See, this is the exit node of Tor, right? As you know, we have 3 relays in between: entry point, middle relay and exit relay. So this IP is of the exit node of Tor, right? So Tor provided us this service, right? Now you have other options as well. If we close this, the proxy chains process will automatically get closed, right? And here you can see a detailed list of services which we are unable to see due to graphics, right? So these are the backend processes which is actually working. You will able to see the IP addresses we are using and the request, where it's going and then forwarding, etc., right? So here is a complete backend details. Okay, or if you want to change your IP, so you have to use service tor restart. Okay, again we have to use sudo power. Okay, so the service has restarted. Now if you go again to your browser and check your IP, this time you will get a new IP, right? So this is how you can use Tor and proxy chains in Kali. So you have learned how to change the IP address. Now let's see how we can change our MAC address. Now you might be thinking that changing IP address will help protect our identity, but that's not true. It cannot protect your identity over the internet completely, because if you failed to change your MAC address, then some websites will record your original MAC address and will keep it. So whenever you try to access that same website with your original IP, the website will know. Okay. So it is very important to change MAC address. Now what is MAC address? MAC stands for Media Access Control Address. It is actually a physical address of any device, okay, like your PC. Okay. So the reality is you cannot change your physical address, right? Okay, this address will be permanent and it will be same all of its time. Okay, but you can change it for some time, okay, for temporary, okay, not permanent. So how to do that? So the process of changing your MAC address temporarily is also known as MAC spoofing. It means fooling your network to be pretend to someone else. Okay, this process is temporary and not permanent. Remember that. So whenever you change your IP address, don't forget to change your MAC address as well. Okay, so let's see how to do this. First of all, let's switch to Kali. Let's check our physical address, that is MAC address, and here you can see it is of 6 octet. Okay, so this one is the original physical address, and now we have to change this. So again we will going to use the same command, ifconfig followed by eth0, okay, that is Ethernet 0, our connection name, and then we have to put down our network first, because your ISP will know two important things. The first one is your IP address and the second is your MAC address. Okay, they will already have your MAC address, right? So first of all we have to put down our connection. This is the very first step. Hit enter. Okay, so we have to use sudo ifconfig Ethernet 0 down. Okay, done. So we have disconnected our internet system from this system. Okay, see, it says disconnected, the network connection has been disconnected. So just click on don't show this message again, because we know this. Now the next command would be ifconfig eth0 HW. HW stands for hardware, and then ether means your MAC, and now you will assign anything you want. For example, AB colon BC colon CD colon DE, and then FF, and at last. Okay, just remember one thing, the total of this would be 6 octet. Okay, now again we have to use sudo here, so hit enter. Cannot assign requested address. Okay, so let's change it to something else like this. Done. Okay, so it has accepted this as a MAC address. Okay, let's verify this. So if config, okay, one more thing, we have put our connection down, so we have to again use up. Okay, so now we will get connected to the internet again. We have to use sudo here, and now let's check it whether it's working or not. See, it worked. Okay, so this would be our new MAC address. Now this is not permanent. As soon as you restart this, your system will automatically get the original MAC address again. Okay, so this process is not permanent. Now there are other ways of doing this as well, like we can use MAC changer for this. So let's see that. Now let's see the other way of changing the MAC. So we will use MAC changer for this. Okay, so MAC changer is a inbuilt tool in Kali. Okay, so it comes pre-built with Kali. Now let's see how to use this. So MAC changer -help. Okay, so if we use MAC changer -v, it will print the version, right? If we use -s, it will show us the MAC address. Okay, S stands for show. There are a lot of options, so let's use some of them. So MAC changer -v, okay, and then ETH0. Okay, so here is the version. So let's try -s. So MAC changer -s ETH0. See, we have to assign Ethernet 0 here, otherwise it will fail to detect. So hit enter, and you can see that this is our current MAC address. Okay, and also this is our permanent MAC address, which means we are not using any kind of software to change our MAC address. Right now we are using the original one. So let's see some other options. So we have tried -v, -s. Now let's try -a for another. It will set random vendor MAC of the same kind. Okay, let's see this. So MAC changer -a ETH0 could not change MAC. Okay, so we have to use sudo ifconfig ETH0 down, password for this. Okay, now sudo MAC changer -a ETH0, hit enter. Okay, now you can see this is our current MAC address, this is our permanent, and this one is the new MAC address assigned by MAC changer. Okay, and this is the vendor name, right? Now let's check. See, this could be our current MAC address, okay, which is the temporary, and this one is the permanent MAC, right? So this is how you can change a MAC address using MAC changer. Let's see what else can we do. So we can also use -r for random, which will set fully random MAC. So let's do that. So -r, sudo MAC changer -r ETH0. Okay, so you can see current MAC, okay, which is this one. Then there is permanent MAC, and here is the new MAC. So we have got a random MAC here. Okay, that's why vendor is unknown. Now if we use -p, it means reset to original. Use permanent hardware MAC address. Okay, it means use the original one, right? So sudo MAC changer -p ETH0, hit enter. we have got our original Mac. Now let's check it. So if config, okay, so we have to up the connection. So again sudo if config ets0 up. Let's find out. Okay, so we have got our original physical address back, right? Now here in the Mac changer we have one more option called -m. -m stands for manual mode. It means you are using Mac changer but you want to assign Mac address of your choice. You don't want to use whatever address given by Mac changer. Okay, in that case you can use -m. So it would be like this: Mac changer -m for manual, and then yours Mac address like we have provided earlier. Okay, like this, and then ets0, right? So you can change Mac both manually and using a tool called Mac changer. Okay, so you have learned about anonymity. Now let's talk about our next topic, which is footprinting. Okay, so what is footprinting? It means collection of information, okay, exactly as much as possible. Okay, so collection of information as much as possible about the target is called footprinting. Because until and unless you have the information about the target, how gonna you be decide that which kind of attack I have to perform? For example, we can collect information about a host, okay, or a server, like what kind of operating system that server is using, what kind of networking that server has using, okay, its registrar and its services, ports, etc. Okay, so our first tool is Dimitri. It means deep magic information gathering tool. It is actually inbuilt with Kali. So we are going to use Dimitri to collect the information about the host. Okay, so this tool was developed in C language. Okay, so let's see how to use this. First of all, we have to type Dimitri followed by the option which we want to use. So we will first try --help. So let's move towards our Kali. Let me open the terminal. Okay, let's try Dimitri. Okay, --help. Okay, so here are a lot of options to be used with this tool. So if we use -o, it means whatever output we get using this tool, whatever information we collect using this tool will be saved in a file on our system. Okay, because if we don't use this option, then you will able to see information on the terminal, but once you close it, the information will be lost permanently, right? That's the reason we have to store the collected information inside a file, right? Then we have some more options here. Okay, like -app, -p, -e, -s. -s is for to search possible subdomains of our target. For example, if we target a website, okay, then if we use -s, it will perform a subdomain search. How many subdomains are available with that website? So let's suppose you want to try this tool. Remember one thing, never use this tool to attack on any website which you are not aware of, okay, or any big website, because they have their security team which are monitoring all kind of attacks. So if you perform an attack on any website that has a capable or team of security personnels, then there are chances that they can trace you back. It doesn't matter if you are using a proxy or not. Okay, so never try these kind of attacks on any genuine website. Okay, because we have separate websites for these kind of attacks or practicals, right? So let me show you one of them. So let's say Firefox. Okay, see, if you use capital words here, they are not going to work. So because this is a case sensitive, right? So we have to use Firefox without sudo. Okay, now we will use a website called vulnweb.com. This website is intentionally created just for the purpose of penetration testing. Here you will be able to see that what kind of technologies you want to test. Okay, and depending upon the technologies, we have different URL for them. Okay, so vulnweb.com is a main website, is a domain, and test.html5.com is the subdomain of that. So let's try this one, test PHP. Okay, now you can read warning here. This is not a real shop. This is an example PHP application which is intentionally vulnerable to web attacks, right? This has made so that students can learn by performing different attacks on this website, right? So this is a live website created by Acunetics. They also have their own tools with the same name, but that tool is a paid one. So let's try this Dimitri attack on this website. So let me close this first. Now Dimitri, name of the website, which is testphp.vulnweb.com. okay, if I hit enter, I will only able to see the response here on the terminal only. But if I want to save it inside a file, I will use -o option and then the file name. Let's say sample.txt, right? Okay, so now this tool is trying to collect information, but it says this was the host IP. So this is the IP address of the host containing this website, right? Then it says it is trying to get some more information. It says gathered subdomain information. Okay, so let me close this and let's try to use option -s for subdomain. Okay, so it will going to take some time. So let's try this one, Dimitri, then again test php.vulnweb.com, and let's wait till the process gets completed. So I have to pause the video for a while. It's taking a lot of time, so let me kill the process and let's try the same tool on, let's say, google.com. Hit enter. So here you can see the host IP of google.com. Okay, now it says searching for subdomains. So here are the maps.google.com and the other subdomains like adsetting.google.com, apps.google.com, and their respective IP addresses of the host, right? Because we know that Google will use a lot of servers, right? So let's analyze the results. We have got a lot of information here. So let's start with domain name, which is google.com. We know that. Okay, then there is registrar domain ID. Okay, and registrar who is server, and you can see that it was updated on creation date is this. Okay, along with the time. Okay, registry expiry date would be this, and the registrar is Mark Monitor Incorporation, right? And you can see their name servers as well, ns1.google.com, ns2, etc. Then let's scroll down a little bit to see some more information. Okay, so here you can see the subdomain list of subdomains google.com is using. So maps.google.com and their host IP, right? Scholar.google.com, then again the different ID here, passwords.google.com again. So there are a lot of subdomains which you are able to see. So this is how you can gather information about the host using Dimitri, right? Now you can also see some of the email information. It says gathered email information for google.com. You can see some of the IDs here, abc@google.com, postmaster, okay, himanshu@google.com, right, etc. It says found 9 emails for host google.com, right? Okay, it's also searching some more information like TCP port information for this host, right? So the process is not yet completed. Dimitri will also share or find out some more information for you. Okay, so there are emails, subdomains, TCP port information, name server information, host IPs, registrar, etc. So you have a lot of details. You can easily get them using Dimitri tool, right? DNS Enumeration. DNS stands for domain name system, or some people call it as domain name server. Okay, so what you will get inside the DNS settings, okay, what kind of information we get from here. So first we will get the host address in a record. Okay, A stands for IP address version 4. It could be a format for this kind of record. Okay, then we get the name server details. Okay, so I already told you about A records and name servers in one of the previous videos. Okay, so name server would be like ns1.xyz.com. Okay, this kind of thing. Then we will get MX. MX stands for mail exchange server. So we will get the details here. Okay, now mail exchange is like let's say info@fb.com, right? So this kind of emails, which means different emails but of the same company. Okay, so and also what kind of mail servers or services they are using for their company. We will find all these kind of informations under mail exchange. Okay, then we have AXFR. Okay, now it means asynchronous full transfer zone. Okay, so what's the use of this? See, suppose you have purchased a domain xyz.com, okay, but you don't know how to connect this domain to your hosting provider, right? You don't know the process. In that case, you have two options. Okay, the first one is give full access to the person, okay, so that they can help you out in this process of connecting your domain with the hosting provider. And the other way is to use their name servers in your domain's DNS settings. Okay, like this. Just get this information from your hosting provider and put it inside DNS settings under name servers. Okay, and then once you complete this process, now your hosting provider have an option to perform the work on your behalf. So it will be like you are hiring a manager, but you will remain the original owner of your domain. But in first option, you will not will be the only owner. Okay, you are actually giving full access to some other person. So this is the basic difference. So AXFR would help you with this, right? So in order to get DNS information about your target, we will going to use a command DNS Enum. Okay, so DNS Enum, then the name of the website like something.com. Okay, so we are targeting this website by using this command in order to get DNS information about our target. So let's see how to do this. Here in Kali, you will see that we have used Dimitri tool against google.com. Okay, so we have got some results like the domain names with their associated IP addresses. Then we have email information for google.com, right? And at last we have port numbers. So it says port number 80 is open in google.com, right? And in total it has scanned 150 ports, right? And the scan is completed now. So port number 80 is used to send and receive unencrypted web pages, right? Because it is used by HTTP protocol, that is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, whose main job is to send and receive unencrypted web pages, right? Because if we are using any kind of encryption like SSL, then it could be HTTPS instead of HTTP, right? So here in google.com only one port is opened. Now the number of ports opened depends on your target, what kind of target you are choosing, right? So I am using google.com here. You may try on any website you want, right? So let's see how to use DNS Enum command. Now let's try DNS Enum on google.com. So DNS Enum google.com. Okay, so here you can see the information about name servers, that is ns1.google.com, then ns3, ns2, ns4. Now what are these? What are name servers? See, it's like Google is using a lot of servers, right, to handle its load. So suppose on this server it's getting a lot of traffic, okay, and this server was unable to handle that. So in that case it will transfer some request onto another server, okay, for load balancing, like that. Okay, so we have the IP addresses here. You can see A records, okay, so the format would be in IP address version 4, right? Here you can see the information about mail servers. See, so these are the details of the mail servers along with the IP address for that server, okay. And here you can also see that DNS Enum is not only providing us the information, it's also performing the brute force attack on google.com, okay, with this file dns.txt, and the path for this file is /user/share. See, this is the default path for this file, okay. So what is brute force attack? See, brute force is like, let me show you. Suppose a file containing different characters or numbers, okay, let's say 1 and 2. Now if we perform brute force attack using this file containing only 2 numbers, so the attack would be either 1 or 2 or a combination of 1 2 or 2 1, like this. So brute force is like creating different possible combinations by using the characters mentioned in that file, okay. So it's like trial and error method. It will create a combination of passwords using that file, and then it will check whether it's working or not on our target, okay. And if the attack works, it will give us the password. So that like, so by default DNS Enum has a file dns.txt, okay. So it's using that file in order to perform the DNS attack on AXFR zone, okay. So this attack is basically performed on AXFR. Again you can see the A records for this domain, right? So admin.google.com dot, okay, and still it will perform some other attacks as well, okay. So it's a very useful tool, DNS Enum, okay, which comes pre-built with Kali, and it's very easy to use. Just type DNS Enum followed by the target name, okay. You can target any website you want. Now let's try to perform brute force attack using a word list. Word list means password dictionary. So let's log in first. Here you can see it says performing reverse lookup. So let me cancel this. Okay, so we have a command called DNS map. Okay, so it's very simple. Use DNS map followed by the target name, let's say google.com. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, it says DNS map not found, so let's install it first. Okay, so we have to assign the sudo password with, so it is Kali. Okay, so let it install first. It's very quick process. So now let's try DNS map on google.com. Hit enter. Okay, and you can see here that it's actually trying this attack on subdomains of google.com, right? So we are getting the name along with the IP version 4 address and again IP version 6 address. So we are getting both the class of addresses, that is IP version 4 and IP version 6, right? Now password dictionary is a file which has inbuilt names, like it contains the passwords like abc 123 xyz etc, any password, right? And it will try to perform that attack using those passwords containing in the file on the target. So in our case we are performing this attack on the subdomain names, right? We are not performing password attack here, but it's performing brute force attack on subdomains for google.com, right? Now DNS map has its own default word list, right? But you can create your own, or you can download any word list from the internet, right? And if you want to use that file, you have to use DNS map google.com, then -w, w stands for word list, and then the path of the file. Okay, the full path where you have stored that file, you have to assign that here. Okay, this way you can also use your own file or any custom word list by using -w option. But if you don't have any, just type DNS map and your target name and hit enter. That's all. Now our topic is trace domain name server. Okay, so we will use a command DNS tracer. Okay, so we have DNS tracer followed by the name of the target. Now what's the use of this? See, it helps us determine from where the domain name server is getting information from host name, okay, or chain of DNS servers. Okay, now what is meant by chain? It means how much servers your target is using in between, right? So we will get these kind of informations using DNS tracer. So DNS tracer space google.com. Okay, again it says DNS tracer is not found. Do you want to install it? Yes, we want to install it. See, some tools you will not get with Kali, okay, but it will install it for you. See, it's a very quick process, right? So let's try this again. Now this time we don't have to type the whole command, just use the right arrow key and it will understand that. Okay, it will repeat the last command. So hit enter and we have got the answer. It says tracing to google.com, maximum of 3 retries. This is the IP address. Okay, got answer. So we haven't got that much of information here. So let's try DNS tracer on some other website like vulnweb.com and let's see what kind of information we get. Okay, here it says it got some information. So it's using the ns2.eurodns.com first, okay, and then the next is this, then this, and then this. So it's like a chain, okay, of how the request is going and getting the answers from domain name server, right? Our topic is network mapping with Nmap. Okay, so Nmap is the best network mapper out there in the market. Now why Nmap? See, Nmap is free and open source, and it is available for both Linux and Windows. In Linux you will get it as a pre-built with Kali, but in Windows you have to download the setup from the internet and then you can install it and use it, right? But it is absolutely free and open source software. So Nmap is a network mapper which helps us to detect live host and services in a computer network by sending some random packets and analyzing the response received, right? And Nmap is among one of the top 5 hacking tools, right? So it is not an ordinary tool. So let's see how we can use Nmap. So in Kali simply type Nmap, or let me type sudo, but before that we have to check the IP address of our Kali Linux, which says 10.0.2.9. Let me show you one more operating system which is the older version of Kali. Okay, so it's a separate virtual machine. Now let's check its IP as well. Okay, so we have got it. Now you have to check the gateway. For this we use -n command, and here it is. So gateway is 10.0.2.1. Now let's use nmap space 10.0.2.1/8. See, here we are providing a range of IP address. Okay, it's not a single IP, it is actually the range of IP address which we want Nmap to scan, right? And as you know, this is class A IP address, that's why we are using /8 here. Okay, if it was class B we will use 16, and if it was class C like 192 dot something dot something dot something, right? If this was the IP address which is the C class IP address, we will use /24 at the end. Okay, so we are assigning a range of IP address, not a single IP, to Nmap to scan. Simply we have to use sudo power here, and now hit enter, assign the password, and it says starting Nmap, right? Now it will going to take some time, and it will help us to find out the how many hosts are live in our network, what kind of ports and services running on it, what kind of operating system our target is running, right, etc. So all this information we can find out by using Nmap. Now it will going to take some time, and till that let's come back to older version of Kali and let's see whether Nmap is working here or not. So this time let's just do ping and scan, normal ping and scan over the same network. Okay, and let's see what kind of result we get. Okay, it's just the normal scan. We are asking Nmap to just scan and ping this network, this computer network. Okay, okay, so let's wait for the result. Okay, here you can see the results of quick scan and ping. Here you can see that this is the default gateway as we are using the NAT network, and here is the NIC, that is network interface card. So this is the name of this. Again, when we use NAT, this is the default gateway for that, okay, for that network, and you can see the same thing. And here you know that we have only two systems live right now. The one is 10.0.2.9, which is a newer version of Kali, and this one is this system which we are working on, right? And you can also see their MAC addresses. Okay, so this is the MAC address for this system, right? And this is the MAC address for our current system, okay, where we are working right now. And you can see the name of the company which has assigned the MAC address, okay, which has created this MAC address, which is right. So here we got the quick results. Now let's move to the Nmap complete scan. Okay, so still it's not completed, so let's wait for this. Okay, so here we have got some results, so let me first stop this. Okay, now here you can see some of the details like Nmap port scan for 10.0.2.1, right? It says port 53 is in use, which is a TCP port. Okay, service type domain, this is the MAC address, this is the name. Again we have another default gateway. Okay, see, we have two network options in VirtualBox. Okay, there are many, but let's focus on just two. The one is NAT and the other is NAT network. Right now I am using NAT network, okay, which is using 10.0.2.1 as a default gateway. But when we switch to NAT, my gateway would be this. Okay, that's why you are able to see the same things in both of these, right? Okay, but as you can see, it says it doesn't found any port open here because we are not using NAT, we are using NAT network. That's why port 53 is open on 10.0.2.1, which is our gateway, right? Now again, here we have find 10.0.2.15, which is the older version of Kali, and you can see that host is up. Okay, it has scanned the 1000 ports, but they are in ignored states. Okay, and this is the MAC address of Kali Linux, and this is the name of the network interface card, which says Oracle VirtualBox virtual network interface card. Okay, so we have got some information. I have stopped the process because it will going to take a lot of time, but it will also give you some more information, right? But for now, let's see what else can we do by using Nmap. Okay, so let's see what else can we do with Nmap. So this time we have two virtual machines running. The first is Kali Linux and the other is Windows 7. So first let's check the IP address of Windows 7. So IP config. Okay, so 10.0.2.8, and let's check whether we are able to ping it to Kali. Okay, it's 9. Okay, we are getting reply. So this time we are going to use nmap -ss space -a and then 10.0.2.8. okay, so -ss is for service, that is to scan services and ports, and -a is used to find out the operating system on your target machine, right? So to know the open ports and services and their operating system, we will use -ss along with -a. So let me give the password. Now it's scanning for these informations whatever we have asked from Nmap, and let's find out whether it will give us the correct information or not. So we have to wait as it is scanning that target system. Okay, it will actually try to get authentication as a guest user into our Windows 7, right? And then it will check for the operating system version, because sometimes it happens that Nmap will get multiple signals from the target operating system, so it will get confused and was unable to find out what kind of operating system your target is using, right? So let's see whether it will able to detect in our case or not. Okay, so we have got the results here. As you can see, it has completed the scan, and here are the results. So Nmap scan report for 10.0.2.8, it says host is up, and here are the port number. Okay, so these are the port numbers, state, that is port is open or closed, and if open, then what kind of service that system is using through this port. okay, and this is the version of the service, right? So see how many details you have got from a single scan, right? So this much of information is here. Now here you can see it says running Microsoft Windows 7 2008 version, okay, and we have got some more information like it says host discovery, OS discovery, that is Windows 7 home basic version, okay. So here you will get the complete detail of that version, okay, and then we have other details like what is the name of the target PC, okay. So this is the name over the network, then the net BIOS computer name, then the work group, system time, etc. See it says we have used guest account, authentication level is user, okay, that is normal authentication. So it has tried as a guest on our target system, okay. So and also if you find that OS and service detection performed and if you get any incorrect results, please report them to this, okay. But for now there is no need to perform this, okay, as we know that the information we got is very much true, right? So this is another way of using Nmap, okay. So when we are using Nmap, have you noticed one thing? Let me show you quickly. See, as we have performed this attack, you can see that Nmap has stuck on line number 1, okay. Okay, it says host is down for now, alright, maybe it stopped working. So remember just one thing, whenever we perform this attack on anything, you can see that Nmap will always stuck on line number 1 and will not show you the further process, okay. So how it's actually working, what kind of request it's sending, what kind of results it's getting as a response, we will not able to see that. We are not able to see the working of Nmap line by line, we are only able to see the end version of it, right? So in that case what we can do is, for any command simply add -vv, that stands for verbose mode, okay. It means show me every detail, okay, whatever you are doing, whatever request you are sending, just show me that, okay, and just show me the response as and when you will able to receive that, okay. So we are asking Nmap to show whatever you are doing at the background, so for that we will use -vv, okay. See, Nmap has a lot of options and will able to perform many kind of network operations, right? But for our course they are not required, so I am just covering the important ones, okay, which are important for this course, because if you want to understand Nmap, a separate course can be made on it, right? And if you want to use the GUI version, that is Graphical User Interface version of Nmap, okay, which is mainly for Windows, then you will find it with the name Zenmap, okay, and not Nmap. It's called as Zenmap. So whenever you want to try to install Nmap for in the GUI format, you have to download Zenmap, okay. And in Kali we have Nmap as a pre-built tool, and if you are unable to find that, you can simply use it with apt-get and then install and then Nmap, right? This is the easiest way to get Nmap, right? And one more thing, you can also perform Nmap on any website like nmap something.com, okay. So just use Nmap followed by the name of the website, because if you are targeting a website, that website may be running on some server, and the server is a computer, okay, which has an operating system and which has its hardwares. So they are like just like other computers, right? But they are more powerful and with more feature rich, right? That's the only thing. So you can also perform Nmap on any website. You can also use the different options of Nmap like this on any website. Just replace the IP address with the website name, okay, and that's all. And Nmap will start performing its operations over that target. Now let's talk about search exploits. Okay, so we have a huge database with a name exploit database, that is exploitdb. Okay, so exploitdb.com. It is a huge online collection of various exploits, okay, where you can find exploits related to Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, okay, for a browser, exploits for websites, exploits for CCTVs, okay. So anything, any kind of exploit you are looking for, you will able to find it on exploit db, that is exploit database, right? But in Linux we have an option of searching the exploits offline, okay. So for that we will going to use a tool called search exploit, and then the name of the service or website or anything you want. For example, if we want to search exploits for Windows 10, so we will use -e, then the Windows 10, okay. So -e is used to get the exact match, okay. So only show exploits if you will able to find Windows 10 there. If we don't use -e, then we will get a lot of results, some containing the exploits for 10 but not Windows 10, okay, and some will look for only Windows exploits, not the 10, right? That's why we use -e here. -e stands for exact, which means search exploit exactly for Windows 10 only, okay, and nothing else. So right now it's searching for the different exploits available offline for Windows 10, right? You will get all the latest and old exploits which are available over the internet for different things on exploit database, okay. See, here is a list of all the exploits which are working for Windows 10, okay. See, we have a huge result here, right? Now if you want to know the exact path in your system, then you have to go to the top and then you will able to find them here, okay. Now this is not the complete path. The complete path would be /user/something/exploit database and then this path, okay. So this is not the complete path, but this is the exact location inside the exploit db folder, okay. So let's do one thing. Let's try search exploit for, let's say, OpenSSH, okay. So here are the results for OpenSSH exploits, right? Now let's try something else. So let's say we will search exploits for Android, and here we are, okay. So a lot of results here, right? So this much of exploits are available for Android, okay. There is a huge list here. So this way you can search for exploits offline by using search exploit, right? Now simply type search exploit and then whatever you are looking like XYZ, okay. Let's try this, okay. You can see the results as a SQL injection and you will find it here, right? So we have also a exploit for XYZ. We are going to perform footprinting for websites, okay. So footprinting of websites. So the very first tool which we are going to use is what web, followed by the name of the website, okay. So for example, testphp.vulnweb.com, okay. So we are actually going to use what web because what web will test and tell us that what kind of technology is used on this website. Is there any JavaScript used, right? Which version of JavaScript or the language is used, and the details about their servers, etc. So let's find out what kind of information we are able to retrieve using what web. Okay, here you can see it says that Acunetics is the title, which is the art used on this website. Okay, it is based on PHP and the version of PHP, right? The server Nginx, right? Then we have other things as well, like ActiveX, Adobe Flash. Okay, country is United States. Then the email ID, right? HTTP server. So this is how we can get a lot of informations about our target website using what web. Okay, so we are just collecting the information, we are not performing any attack right now. Okay, so after what web we have whois. Okay, there is also a website for whois with a who.is. Okay, so either you can visit the website or you can use it right here on your terminal. So let's say whois and followed by the name of the website, so vulnweb.com. So we are going to perform whois on vulnweb.com. Okay, so let me scroll. Okay, so here we have a lot of informations, like you will get the details of the name servers, you will get the tech email, also the phone number, country, postal code, state, city, which means complete address, okay, from which this domain is registered. Okay, and this is the email ID for admin, this is the contact number for admin, right? Then there is email, fax, phone number, country, postal code, and so much information, right? So here is the domain name. Okay, so you will also see that when domain is purchased. Okay, so creation date is here, then when it was last updated. Okay, and when this domain is going to expire, right? So you will able to see a lot of information using whois. So we have learned what web and then whois, and then let's see one more, which is dub. Okay, so why to use this till when we have what web and whois? See, it would help us to find out some hidden files or folders on our target website. So dub has its own word list, okay, containing many words, which it will going to search that with these names. If your target website have any folder or file, it will show us, right? So dub, then the name of the target website, and at last the path of the word list. Okay, so this is the default path for the word list of dub, /user/share/dub/wordlist/common.txt. You can also find common.txt. If you don't remember the path, simply type locate space common.txt and you will get it, right? But remember one thing, you will also get the other results if they also have the file containing the same name, right? So for now, let's hit enter. Okay, so it's not working. It says invalid URL format. Okay, so we have to apply HTTP here. We have to complete this. So HTTP. See, it says generated words. Now it will going to search for all the words which are present inside this common.txt file. Okay, and it will going to search for all those files on your target website, and if found, it will show us results here on the terminal, and if not, then we will not get any results. You can see here at the starting it has started searching for dot and then the file name, because using dot we can create a hidden file, right? So you can see it will going to try a lot of different words. Okay, so it will going to take some time. So for now, let me kill the process. So you have learned about what web, then whois, and at last dub, right? let's move towards our new topic, vulnerability analysis. Okay, it means analyzing the weak points in our target system, okay, or target website, right? So to find out weak points of our target, we have a lot of tools. The one of them is Nikto. So very first we will going to perform weakness analysis for web servers and web applications. So Nikto is the tool for that. Okay, so it is the inbuilt tool in Kali, right? It helps us to discover security flaws, okay, and it also gives a full access web server scan for ethical hackers and penetration testers, right? Now what kind of result you expect using this tool? See, it will detect insecure files which help us to gain the full control of our target server, right? It will also look for default file names or software misconfigurations or outdated softwares, etc., right? So let's see how to use it. It's very simple. Just type nikto -h. -h is for host name. So either you can provide the host name or website name, or you can assign the IP address here. Both are the same thing, either name or IP, right? So let's see. Let's switch to our Kali. Let me open the terminal. So nikto -h for host name, and let's try this attack on test.php.vulnweb.com. okay, let's see. Okay, here you can see the target IP address, its host name that we have provided, the port number and the time, start time. Okay, so it says server is Nginx and its version. Now here you can see it has used PHP and the version of PHP. Okay, here is a word that is clickjacking. It says the anti-clickjacking X-frame options header is not present on that your target. So what is clickjacking? See, when you visit a website, let's say you want to download a latest movie, okay, so you visit a website, you land on a random website, okay, which you are not aware of. You click on the download button, but for some reason instead of downloading a movie, it will redirect you to some other web page, okay, or it will open a pop-up for you, right? And when you click on download button second time, the movie will start downloading. It means it has applied a single layer of clickjacking there, okay. But if a user want, it can create multiple layers on that button, okay. So you can also use this kind of things for other purpose as well. For example, if you want to increase your LinkedIn views, okay, or your Twitter followers or your Facebook likes, right? So what you can do is, suppose you want to increase your Facebook likes, so you can get a API from Facebook and then you can attach it on the download button. So whenever some visitor came and click on the download button, so automatically your one like will increase, okay. But the real user will not be aware of it, so he will see that nothing happens, and then he tried to click again on the download button and then the movie starts downloading. So the user is not aware of what is happening at the back end, right? So this is called clickjacking, right? Then we have XSS, okay, it means cross-site scripting, okay. We use XSS attack on a website in order to deface a website, right? It means we are ruining the or destroying the design of a website by running a script. So if a website has XSS weakness, we can run a script over there on live website, right? Okay, so this much of information we have got from this tool. Again, if you perform this on any other website like this, see here we are only able to see the results on our terminal only. Okay, but if you want to save these results somewhere on your computer, then we can use -output. Okay, it means store the output, and then you have to assign the path like root desktop. Okay, or leave it. Let's just save it under root folder with a name, let's say nicto1. Okay, and then -format. It means which kind of file you want to create, what format, like text, okay, or HTML or XML, okay, any kind of format you want, just type it here and click enter. Okay, so we have something wrong here. So let's type /root/ desktop /abc xyz -format and then HTML. Let's see whether it works. Okay, it says unable to open. It is because of a plugin problem. Okay, so let's do ls. Here is our desktop. Okay, so we are not root, we are a Kali user, right? So we can use the power of root using sudo command, but we are not the root. That's why we are unable to create a file there inside the root folder. No problem. So we will create it in /home/Kali. Okay, so let's type same thing and just replace this with /home/Kali/abcxyz. Okay, so it has started now, right? So this time we are able to see the results here on the terminal, and also it will save that output inside this file in this format. Okay, now let me show you all the available formats for creating a file with nicto. So nicto -help. Okay, here you can see the limited options. It says this is short help output, use -H for full help test. So let's do that. So nicto -H. Okay, so now we have got a lot of options here, right? See, here is a option -format which we have used now. So you can see this much of file formats supported by this tool, right? So you can use HTML, XML, text file, SQL, CSV, JSON, etc. And there are some more options here as well. So you may try this if you want, just to explore this tool. Okay, so for now okay, it's searching. So let me pause the video for a while. Okay, for some reason it has terminated the scan and it found 20 errors and 3 items reported on remote host. Okay, it says no CGI directory found, use -c to force to check all the possible directories there, right? So we have not used this option. Now we have assigned the task that whatever output you will get, just save it here with the name abcxyz under /home/Kali. So let's see whether it has created a file or not. So let's just go to /home/Kali. Let's just do ls. Okay, here you can see it has created the file, right? So this is how you can use nicto. Now there are a lot of other options available to be used with this tool, but for now these options are enough for us because we are just analyzing the weak points into web application or web servers, right? We have come to a point where we know that cross-site scripting vulnerability is present in testphp.vulnweb.com. So let me show you how that works on a real website. Okay, so it is testphp.vulnweb.com. Okay, let's go to your profile, and the default username and password is test and test. You can see here. Please use the username and password. Click on login. Don't save. Okay, here you can see some of the details already present like cybersec user. Okay, so instead of a name, you can also update the name, like let's give ethical hacker. Click on update, and you can see the profile is now belongs to ethical hacker, right? Now what if instead of name I run a script here? Okay, so I am just running a basic script. Let's say alert. And alert would be like you have been hacked, or something like we are watching, etc. Whatever alert you want users or visitor to view on this website. Okay, click on update. See, test PHP says we are watching, right? So this is how you can run a script, any script on a live website, if that website has a cross-site scripting as its weakness, right? So let me remove this and let's set it again to cybersec. Now this is not mandatory, I am just doing this. Okay, and just log out from the test, right? So this is how XSS works on a live website, right? Now I told you that you can use clickjacking to increase your likes or followers on Facebook or Twitter, etc., right? But you can also attach a virus there. So whenever a user click on the download button, by assuming that he will get the movie, instead of movie the virus will download first, right? Or what you can do is you can redirect that user on a malicious link you want. Okay, so when they click on download button, they will be redirected to a malicious web page, okay, which you own. Once they do this, you will get full control of their web browser. So that's the reason, never trust any random website which you are not aware of. Okay, never download any free software from there, not a movie, not a game, nothing, right? So clickjacking and cross-site scripting are also the important security flaws available on many of the websites which are live right now. Okay, so our topic is vulnerability assessment with Red Hawk. Okay, so Red Hawk is based on PHP, and it is a single tool which has the functionality of so many different tools, right? So this tool can perform normal weakness scanner. Okay, it will also perform as Nmap port scanner. It will also perform whois lookup, right? It will also perform open ports, services, web server information, etc. Okay, so in short, Red Hawk is one of the best tools for ethical hackers or penetration testers, right? So let's see how to use this. Very first, you will not get this tool with Kali, so you have to download this from GitHub, and for that we will use command git clone and this is the URL for Red Hawk. Okay, so you may type the same thing by watching here. Okay, so just type the same URL and you will get it. Okay, simply type this command and hit enter, and that's all, right? But for now I already downloaded this, so let me show you. First let's do ls, and you can see here Red Hawk folder. Okay, so let's go to Red Hawk. Now ls. Now here you can see a file rhawk.php. Okay, so we have to run this file if you want to run this tool. Okay, and as we know it is based on PHP, so we will use PHP and then rhawk.php. Hit enter and see the tool is started, and you can see here it says all-in-one tool for information gathering and vulnerability scanning. So this single tool has the features of many different tools. Okay, so very first it says enter the website you want to scan. For example, if I type here vulnweb.com and hit enter, now it asks you whether using HTTP or HTTPS. So we will type 1 for HTTP. Now you can see all the features of this tool. It says if we perform the basic search, you will get information like site title, IP address, content management system, Cloudflare detection, whether it's applied or not, and then the robots.txt file. Okay, so what is the use of this file? See, every website has this file. Okay, it's actually like instructions for crawlers. Okay, so whenever we made a new website, Google and other search engines will send their crawlers to crawl our website. Okay, to verify whether what actually the website is all about, right? So we can write instructions here that allow this, disallow this URL, hide this URL from normal people. Okay, so don't crawl this, crawl that, first go to this URL and then move to this. Okay, so these kind of instructions containing this file. Okay, so let's try this. Just type 0 and let's see what it can detect. Okay, so it says scanning begins, scanning site is this, and scan type is basic scan, and here we have some information as it promised that the site title, IP address, web server, and the version of web server. It says could not detect CMS and not detected Cloudflare. It means this website doesn't have Cloudflare protection. Okay, so okay, again we have to run this. Now let me type another URL, that is testphp.vulnweb.com. Okay, now let's perform whois lookup. Let's see what we get. Okay, it says error, no worries, hit enter. Okay, see here you can see one option, that is capital B. If you use capital B, you may able to scan another website as well. So let's just type capital B and let's type vulnweb.com. Hit enter. 1. Now let's perform whois lookup. Okay, it says API count exceeded, increase quota with membership. Right, so you can perform this. So let's just skip this. Let's move to geo IP lookup. Okay, so here is the IP address, then there is country, then there is state, city, latitude, longitude. So you will get exact location using this option, geo IP lookup. Okay, now it says you have two options, press enter to go to these options and perform another scan, or simply use C to stop this process. So we will hit enter and let's try grab banners. Okay, scanning complete. See, in banner grabbing you will get basic information like HTTP 200. Okay, it means the connection is established, so the code is 200. Then we have server and its version information. Then we have date and time. Then we have content type, content length, last modified. Okay, just the basic things, nothing special here. So now let's perform DNS lookup and let's see what it can find. Okay, so it has provided us the complete information about DNS settings. So here we have a type IP address, that is IP version 4. Then we have name servers here, 4 different name servers. Then we have text. See, this text Google site verification, this code is provided by Google, which is unique to each website. So every website owner has to put this code under DNS settings in order to verify its website to Google search engine, right? Now let's move to next option, which is subnet calculator. Let's try this. Okay, it can actually calculate subnets and nothing else. So this is your IP address. Okay, this is the network address. Now you might be able to see 32 here because it has used some kind of different formula to get this. Then we have net mask. Okay, broadcast not needed, etc. Next is Nmap port scan. So 6. Okay, for and some reason we have got error. Let's move to next. See, here in our practicals, it is highly possible that many a times it happens that you will get error because it all depends on your target. Okay, number of attacks performed on that target worldwide, right? How many times you have used the trial version of a software, although software is free, but it's not always the case that you will use an option and you will get result. Okay, sometimes you also get error, that's normal. So next we have subdomain scanner. So let's try this. It will actually scan whole website for the subdomains, and you can see that we have got some results, right? So we have used a website vulnweb.com, which is the main domain, and it has found total 12 subdomains for that. Okay, so test html5 is another one along with the IP address, right? Now this IP can be same or different for different subdomains. It all depends on the DNS settings. Okay, so this much of subdomains we have found that. See, test php.vulnweb, we have found it, we have used it actually. So next is reverse IP lookup and CMS detection. Okay, let's run it again. Let me type vulnweb, or let's try test php.vulnweb.com. Let's see what kind of result we get. So let me type 8. Okay, it says reverse IP lookup and CMS detection and nothing else. So again, test php.vulnweb.com. Now next is SQLi scanner. See, we have some SQL injection attacks, right? But we can only perform those attacks on the websites vulnerable to that kind of injections. Okay, so number 9, it's actually the weakness of a database, right? So we can perform SQL queries in order to get what we want from the database. Okay, so let me try this on the main domain, which is vulnweb.com. Let's try number 9. Okay, it's still not working. Let's try some more options. So let's try this one, 11. WordPress scan. Okay, we cannot scan this because these are only if the target website runs on WordPress, right? So let's try number 12. Okay, it says admin crawler file found, scanning for admin panel, total URLs loaded are 817. Yeah, so it's worked. Let's check for its updates first. Let's check it. vulnweb.com 1. Let's try capital U for updates. Okay, please restart Red Hat. Let's try number 13. See, MX lookup is for mail server lookup. Okay, so what kind of mail services this is using? So we haven't got any result here. Okay, let's try capital A. Okay, so we have got some results here, like the basic information that we have got from by using option number 0, that is basic search. So we have got basic information here like site title, IP address, web server, and the same thing which we have found by using this option. Okay, so we have got a lot of information by using this tool. Now it all depends on the website you are targeting and number of free attempts you will get with that particular option. For example, using Whois, you cannot try a lot of websites in the same day, right? So that was the case. So just download this and explore it yourself and see what kind of information you can collect from your target website. Now let's see how we can check for the Unix and Linux security auditing, that is to check the security of your own system. So we have a tool called Linux. Okay, we can use this tool in order to perform security auditing for the systems based on Unix. Okay, so the OS like Linux, Mac OS, BSD, etc. Okay, so you can only use this tool on all the OS based on Unix. As you know that Mac is also based on Unix, right? So what it actually do? It performs in-depth security auditing or security scan on system itself. That is, it will only perform the security auditing on its own system where you have downloaded this or installed this. It's not like you have downloaded this tool on your system and then you are performing security audit on some other remote system. That's not possible, right? So you have to install this tool on your own system only to check the security of your own system. So the primary goal of this tool is to test the security defenses, okay, and then provide you the tips to improve your security, that is server hardening, right? It will also scan for general system information, okay, configuration issues, okay, like misconfigured softwares, and will also check for vulnerable softwares if present on your system. So let's see how to use this tool. So let me first log into my system. Okay, let's just open the terminal and let me type Linux, hit enter, and you can see it says not installed. Okay, so we want to install this. Okay, either you can type Y or you can use this command sudo apt get, okay, apt install Linux. So let's do that, apt install Linux. Okay, so the password, yeah, we want to continue. Okay, so let it download. See, using this tool is very simple. You have to simply use the command linux space audit space system. Okay, so let me pause the video till our download gets completed. Okay, the process is completed. Now let's run this. So linux audit system. Okay, we have some more options to be used with this tool. You can always use --help or -H if you want to explore the options, but for now let's perform system audit. Okay, it's saying that it will going to ignore some of the test because as they require root permission, and we have run this software using Kali user and not the root, right? So let's see. It says detecting OS. So our program version is this. We are using Linux, particularly Kali Linux. Okay, this is the kernel version. This is the architecture. And then we have profiles stored under this file. Okay, then we have the log file. You can read the report file here and its version. Let's see, let me scroll down. Okay, so it says it has checked for system binaries, all the files have found. Okay, so it's checking some of the plugins, libraries, that which one is installed and which one is not, but that would be required by some other softwares but not installed on our system, right? So here are the boot end services. Okay, so which one is safe, which one is unsafe, which one is protected and which one is not. You can see the details here about all the services, right? Then we have kernel, then we have shells, file systems. Here you can see it says partially hardened, which means this one is not completely secured, right? So maybe it would not completely encrypted. That's the reason it has detected the weakness. Okay, you can see a lot of things here, right? See, it says checking upgradable packages skipped because it already told us that you are not running our software as a root. That's why we are not able to perform the complete scan. We must skip some of the files here. Okay, so one of my drive is not encrypted, so it says exposed. Okay, then we have some logging and files. Okay, insecure services. Then we have cryptography. So you can see how much information we have got about our system, and it will tell us about each and everything, that this is safe, this is not, this is weak, this security is okay, this one is exposed, etc. Right? So you can see a lot of results here. Now it would also give you suggestions, as I told you that it would give you some tips to improve your security for server hardening purpose, right? So it says install this, install that, right? And also mentions the URL from where you can download and install it, right? See, this much of suggestions we have received, so we can follow these tips if we want to improve the security. But for now, as we are using it for the practical purpose and in virtual environment, so that is not required right now, but if you are using it as your main system and you always use this OS, then you must follow all the tips, right? You can see it says hardening index is this, test perform is this, plugin enable this, right? Okay, now it says we have skipped these tests because due to non-privilege mode, that is we haven't run this software as a root. That's why this tool has to skip these tests, otherwise we will getting some more results. Now here you can see enhance Linux audits by adding your settings to custom.prf file, and you can see all the settings regarding this inside this file, and this is the complete path of the file, right? So this is how you can use Linux tool and can perform your own system security auditing. Our next topic is database assessment. Okay, as you know that database is the most important for any organization because all the data is stored under this, right? Like admin username, password, okay, other details, etc. So database is very important for any organization. So we are actually going to perform an attack on the database. Now again, remember, do not perform this attack on any website as it is illegal to access database of any organization because it contains the sensitive information, right? So we will going to perform this attack on the website which is built for this. Okay, so we are going to use a tool called SQL map. Okay, so what is SQL map? It is an open source penetration testing tool which automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flaws in the target website, okay, and help us to take over the database servers. Okay, so this tool is inbuilt with Kali. So let me switch to Kali. Let's open the terminal and let's try SQL map -help, hit enter. Okay, so here is the list of all the options available to be used with this tool. Okay, for example, once we get any database, we can use -d to select the database, -t to select the table, and then -c to select the columns, right? And we have some more options like we use -u for URL, okay, to target the particular URL, -v for verbose. So let's see how to use this. So SQL map and then -u for URL, and then we have to assign the vulnerable URL. Okay, so I know one which is test.vulnweb.com/product-list.php question mark and then cat is equal to 1, that is category is equal to 1, and then -dbs, that is databases. Okay, so hit enter and it says starting attack. Okay, it says it is not recommended to continue these kind of cases. Do you want to quit and make sure that everyone is set up properly? No. Let's proceed with the attack. Now we have to wait till the process gets completed. Okay, so again it's asking something. We said no. We will proceed with no. That means we are particular about this URL and this database and nothing else, right? Okay, it's not receiving the proper response. Let me check this. Okay, it's not product list, it list products. Okay, so let me stop the, okay, it says HTTP error detected, right? Let me repeat the command and let's change this to list products.php, and one more thing, let's add http here. Okay, okay, so here we have got two available databases, right? As you know that this one information schema is the default one, so we will not going to find any sensitive information here, but this one might be interesting, okay, which says AccuArt. So we will focus on this database. So just repeat the same command, remove this, and for database we will use -D, D for databases, and then the name of the database, which is AccuArt, okay, and then hyphen, let's say columns, hit enter. Okay, so here we have got some information, okay. So here we have column and then the type of the column, which is description, ID, name, price, etc. Right? So let's scroll here. Here it says total 8 columns found, which is address, cart, CC, email, name, password, phone number, and username. Okay, so let's try to explore username here. Okay, so repeat the same command, remove this, use -T for tables, and then the name of the table, right? -T. Okay, -tables. Okay, so we have got details like artist, cards, featured, guestbook, pictures, products, users. Now just select the columns for -C, then name like users, and then hyphen columns. Hit enter. Use no here. Okay, so we haven't got any information. Let's check why. Okay, so here in the command, the table name is users and the column name is uname. Okay, so let me edit this. So uname, and here we have users. Okay, and at last, if you want to get the usernames, we have to use -dump here. Hit enter and let's wait for the results. Okay, we have got the username. It says there is only one user exist on this website, which is test, and which is correct also. We have tried this before. And suppose you want to get other informations with uname like passwords, email, so you can use uname, comma, pass, comma, email, etc. So whatever information you want, just type it here. Okay, just mention the column name here and hit enter. Okay, so we have got it. It says username is this, password is this, and this is the email ID, right? So see how easy it is to get information from a database which is vulnerable to SQL injection, right? So we have used a tool called SQL map for this, but there are many other tools as well. But remember one thing, here the format would be like this. First we have to use -d and then mention the database name, then -t mention the table name, then -c mention the column name, and at last we use -dump in order to get that information. Okay. Our next topic is SQL injection by JSQL. So JSQL injection is a lightweight application for database information from distant server. Okay. So let's see how we can use JSQL. Simply type JSQL. Okay. Just fire up your terminal and type JSQL. Hit enter. Okay. It says not found. Okay. So let's just install it, and we have to assign the password for Kali user. And now we have to wait till the process gets completed. See, it is actually a graphical user interface. JSQL is a GUI based application, lightweight application, okay, which will perform the same function as SQL map, okay, similar function, not exactly same. Okay, so we just have to download it, install it, and then just type JSQL, and we will able to see the GUI interface. Okay, so let it complete first. Okay, the process is complete. Now let's type JSQL, hit enter, and it's opening its interface. Here it is. Okay, so it's very simple to use. Simply type the URL here, okay, the target URL, which is in our case is http test.php.web.com/list products.php category is equal to 1. Hit enter, and here below you will able to see the background process, what kind of attack it's performing, what kind of scripts or queries it is running to get the required information from this URL, okay, from our target URL, right? So you will able to see the background information here. Okay, it says found something. Okay, let's wait for the results. Okay, now it has got the error during connection request timeout. So let's wait for the process to get complete first. Okay, now here you can see it says fetching metadata. Okay, so it has found the database. Now it says fetching databases, right? So here you can see the results. We have got the two database. Okay, so the first is AccuArt and the other is the default one, which is information schema. Okay, so here you can see the information, the default information present with every SQL database. Okay, you can also check them, but these are not useful for now. Okay, so let's just focus on this one, which says 8 tables in total, as we already know this, right? Now just select whatever you want or whatever information you want, just select the tables. Okay, okay, for example, you want this, this, and this. Okay, again just open all of them. Okay, whatever information you want to know, you have to just select them. Okay, just select them. Okay, so here are the products. So suppose we want all these informations. Okay, so select all of them one by one. Here in users you will able to see the address, card, CC, email, name, password, phone number, and username. Okay, once you select all of them, just go to the top and click on load. Okay, so right now I have load the details for users table only. Okay, if you want the product details, select it, right click and click on load. You will able to get that. See, here is the description and the name and the ID, etc. Right. So for now, let's just focus on users table. Okay, so you have know that username is test. Okay, and this is the cart product. So someone has added something. This is the email address, this is the address. Okay, this is the phone number. Now we all know that this website is built for testing purpose only. So right now someone from somewhere in the world is accessing this website using this username and password. Okay, so the person has changed the username to ABCD and the password is same. Okay, so the username is test, but somebody put their name here. Okay, so ABCD is just a sample name. We all know that someone is testing right now on that website. Okay, so if someone or some user access this website and changes something there, that will affect the database record as well. Okay, so as you know, we have tried SQL map, we have got different results. Now here in JSQL we have getting different information. It means someone is putting this information live on the website right now. Okay, so this is how we can use JSQL injection. Now let's talk about SQL injection using SQL SUS. So SQL SUS is a open source MySQL injection tool written in Perl language. So we are going to use this tool in order to perform SQL injection attack on the database. So first of all, let me switch to Kali. Okay, now remember, we have to run 3 commands here before we start SQL SUS. The first is sudo apt get update. Okay, once the update is completed, then we have to run upgrade. Okay, so we have to run these 2 commands. Then when you run SQL SUS, you will see that many times it happens that it is not pre-installed in your Kali, so you have to install that. Okay, but for now we will run our first command, which is SQL SUS --help. Hit enter and you can see that we have 4 options available. The first we have used recently, -help, then -v to know the version information of SQL SUS, then -e to execute commands and exit, and then there is G. We use -g in order to generate the configuration file. So the very first step is generate a configuration file. So SQL SUS -g to generate, and then the name of the file. Let's name it SQL file.conf. Okay, so we have created a file. Now let's edit the file. So vim, the name of the file, which is SQL file.conf. Okay, now press I from keyboard, I for insert. Let me scroll down. Here it says our URL start. Now here you have to assign the SQL vulnerable URL, that is http test php dot vulnweb.com /list products dot php cat is equal to 1. Done. Now let's save the file using escape shift :wq hit enter. Okay, now type SQL SUS, hit enter. Okay, so we have to assign the file path here. So SQL SUS and then /SQL file.conf. Okay, hit enter and you can see it has started. Right now SQL source has started. Now we have to start the attack. So we will use start command. Okay. So now the attack has been started on the assigned URL, that is testphp.vulnweb.com/listproducts.php. So it is actually performing a MySQL injection attack on that particular URL which we have assigned in the file. Okay. Okay. So it has got an error. No problem. Let's try sudo SQL source, then SQL file. Let's try -e here. Start again. Okay, so we have to use sudo in order to use SQL source at its full. Okay, so here you can see we have got the database name AQArt, right? So now if you want to get the details of this, so let's suppose we want to get all the tables inside this database. Okay, see, we have got a list of all the tables available inside AQArt database, right? So get columns. See, we have got the name of each table along with their columns, like users and then their columns. Okay, now if you know the MySQL queries, you can perform those queries here. Okay, so let me type select star from users. See, we have got all the information here, like address, cart, then username, password in the form of this. So someone right now live on that URL is using these things there as a sample data. Okay, this is not me, this is someone else trying to put some false data on that URL. So we have got that. Okay, we have got those data here on our screen. So this is how we can perform SQL source injection attack on the vulnerable URL which we know, that is testphp.vulnweb.com/listproducts.php. Okay, our next topic is password attack. So password breaking, finding password, etc. So before we go deep inside password attack, you must understand a term called hash. So what is hash? It is a one-way encryption to hashing. Okay, one-way encryption to hashing. Now, if you don't know hash, let me tell you. But before we go inside hashing, you must first understand encryption. So what is encryption? See, everyone knows the word hello. Okay, so suppose there are three friends, A, B and C, and suppose A want to send a message to C, but B is the mutual friend. Okay, so A will send the message to B and tell B that forward this message to C. Okay, but don't look into the message. Okay, don't read the message. Okay, but B will read the message because it is very easy to read this text which is hello, right? So now just to make the privacy, A will going to use a formula of, let's say, +1. Okay, +1 is actually a formula of encryption, right? So what is +1? See, what comes after H? I. Okay, so h plus 1 is equal to I, right? E plus 1 is equal to F. L plus 1 is equal to MM, okay, and O plus 1 is equal to P, right? So using a formula, our hello is now if MMP, right? So now A will send this message to B so that B can forward it to C, right? But A already told C that I am going to use a formula of plus 1. So whenever you want to convert this message into plain text, that is reverse encryption, that is decryption, okay? So if you want to decrypt the message, simply use -1, okay? So C knows that whenever I receive a message, I have to use this formula, okay? I want to decrypt the message. So if MMP -1 will become hello again, right? So this is called as an encryption, okay? Using a formula and converting a readable text to unreadable format is called encryption, and then again reversing this process is called decryption, right? By reversing the formula, okay? So now this is the easy one, okay? It's a very simple example. Now let's understand hash, okay? So again hello plus 1 is equal to this, right? Now if A want to use hash instead of encryption, normal encryption, what A would do is A would remove or delete these 3 characters, okay? Or let's say it deletes only a single character, okay, or maybe 2 characters, and then it will use +2, okay, or +1, whatever it is, okay? Whatever formula A want to use, he will do it, right? So it will become I plus 1 is equal to J, F, G, and then Q. So our hello has now become JGQ, right? So when this message is received by C, C will try to reverse the formula, okay? So he will first do -1, so he will get IFP. But the problem is now C doesn't know which 2 characters are missing. So it is impossible for C to get or to add the missing 2 characters, because C doesn't know which 2 characters are missing and from which place, right? The sequence is not known as well, okay? So it is impossible to convert this to hello, right? So this is called hashing. Hash is the one-way encryption. Now in our daily lives we use Facebook, Gmail, etc., right, for the login purpose. So there these kind of giants, IT giants, will use hash. So whenever we forget our password of Facebook or Gmail, then the company is unable to give us the old password, okay? It asks you to authenticate that this account is yours, but they are unable to provide you the old password because that password is stored in the form of hash on their servers. So it is impossible for them to get the exact password, right? That's why once they authenticate you, they will ask you to set a new password, okay? So this is hash, one-way encryption. You can encrypt it, but you cannot decrypt it. You have learned about hash. Now let me show you a live example of how you can convert a plain text into hash. For that, you can simply go to google.com and type MD5 hash, okay? And you will get a link like this. This link is passwordsgenerator.net/MD5 hash generator. Now, there are many ways to convert a text into hash, but the one which I am using is MD5 hash, okay? So MD5 has its own algorithms which are not easy to crack, right? So let's see how we can convert a normal text to hash. Simply type A here and you can see its hash. So this is the MD5 hash for A, right? Now you know that you cannot convert this hash into a again, right? But remember one thing, whatever I type here, the output would be of 32 characters only, okay? It will not go beyond 32 characters. So if I type B, still the hash will remain 32 characters. If I type C, then same, D same. Or if I type hacking here, you can see still the hash will remain same, that is total of 32 characters, right? If I add something here like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, whatever, etc., okay, or anything, right, still the hash will remain same, okay? So now you know that you cannot convert this hash back to this, okay? So let me show you now what if we get this hash as a password, okay, and let's see whether we are able to convert this back and can we get the real text password again, okay? Now remember one thing, Facebook, Gmail, like IT giants will also use hash, okay? So whenever you type password, they will convert it into hash and they will store that hash on their server, right? So whenever next time you type your password, it will again convert that password into hash and then they will match that hash with the one which are stored on their server, and if the hash matches, it means your password is correct, okay? Only then you will be able to access your account, right? So each time you type the password, they have to convert it first into hash and only then they will able to match that hash with the hash stored on their server, right? Now let's talk about password cracking. The first step to crack the password is to identify the type of hash, okay? Because if we don't know what kind of hash it is, how we are able to crack it, right? So let me open the command line interface and let's use a tool called hash identifier, okay? So we are going to use this tool. It is a free tool, comes inbuilt with Kali, okay? So this tool will going to help us to identify the type of hash, okay? So let's just quickly create some hashes. So suppose the password is hacking, okay? We don't know the password, but we have got the hash from the database, okay? So just copy this and let's paste it here, okay? Hit enter and see, it told you that the possible hash type is MD5, okay? And if for any reason this doesn't work, then you may try the least possible hashes as well, right? So let's quickly create some more hashes, okay? Let's convert this using SHA1, okay? So let me type hack again. You can see here this is the hash for SHA1. So just copy this now, paste it here, hit enter and see, it told you that the possible hash type is SHA1, right? Now let's quickly try the other ones as well. So let's try SHA512. Again, if I type ABCD, see how long the hash is, right? So different algorithms or different hash methods will generate the different outputs, okay? So let's quickly just paste it here, hit enter and you can see it told you that possible hash type is SHA512, right? If that doesn't work, you may try other hashes as well, okay? So the very first step is to identify the type of hash, okay? remember one thing, we cannot decrypt the hash, but if we know what kind of hash it is, we can at least try different combination of passwords. Okay, suppose we know the target password is converted into hash using MD5, then we can try different combination of passwords like hack, hacking, password, etc. whatever it is. Okay, we will convert them into hash and then we will try to match that hash with the one which we have got into the database, right? So we will match both the hashes. Okay, we cannot decrypt the hash, but we can convert the possible combination of passwords to convert them into hash, and then we can match the hash with the hash. Okay, so this way we are going to crack the password. Now let's talk about cracking the password or cracking the hashes. So we are going to use an online service called Find My Hash. Okay, so Find My Hash will help us to crack the password. Okay, so the format would be Find My Hash followed by the name of the algorithm which has used, or the method, which is MD5, then -h, that is for hash value, and now here we have to paste the hash value. So let me quickly create a hash for you. Okay, so let's create the MD5 hash. Okay, so let's suppose the password is hack, or let's say the password is test. Okay, so here is the MD5 hash for the test. So just copy this, paste it here. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, it says find my hash command not found. Okay, so we have to download this from git clone. Okay, so I have already done this, so let me show you the command. Here it is, git clone, and this is the URL to download find my hash Python code. Okay, now let's do ls. Here you can see find my hash, so cd find my hash. Here we have find my hash.py. So let me type Python find my hash.py, then the name, that is MD5 -h. Now here we have to provide the hash value, which is this. Okay, not this. Let's copy this from here. Paste it here. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, again. There is a problem in line number this. Okay, so let's just edit this file. Home kali find my hash, line number 38. Here it is. Now let's see how we can create a custom word list using CEWL. Okay, so it is actually a Ruby app which spiders the given URL up to a specified depth. Okay, so it will actually scan a website and look for all the possible words which could be used as a passwords. Okay, so that word list would help us to crack the password in future, right? So let's see how this tool works. it comes actually inbuilt with Kali. So simply type CEWL and then the URL. Okay, so in our case the URL is http://testphp.vulnweb.com. Hit enter and now let's wait for the results. Okay, it is scanning the website. So let's see what are the other options available to be used with this tool. So --help. Okay, so if we use -c option, it will actually count for each word found. That is, this word has repeated this much of times on the website, right? -v for verbose. There are many other options as well. For example, -d to specify the depth. Okay, suppose the depth represents 0 to 9 number. 0 means just scan the basics. 9 means go deep inside, right? So the default depth is 2. Okay, you can also specify the minimum word length. Okay, default is 3, but you can change it by using -m and then specify the length. And there are many other options as well. Okay, so these are the available options. Okay, so we have got the results. Now, as you know that testphp.vulnweb.com will use test as a username and test as the password as well. So let's see whether we found the word test here or not. So let me quickly scan it and let's see whether we get, see, here it is. Okay, now many a times it happens that whenever you are trying to crack any competition exam related to security, then there are chances that you will face a situation where you are told that the password is contained inside the website. You have to find it, right? So in that case you can use this tool. Okay, so let's see some more options like -c, which will actually count the word. Okay, let it scan. Okay, we have got the results. See, phone word is repeated one time only. Most of the words on this website are repeated one time, okay, a single time. And some words are repeated twice on the website. Then some repeated 3 times, 4 times, 6 times, etc. Okay. Now, instead of watching the results here on the screen, what we can do is we can save this result to a file. Okay, so let's just repeat the command and replace with -w. -w for word list. Okay, then assign the name. Let's say password list dot text. Okay, so this time whatever results this tool found, it will save them to this password list. Okay, so we are actually creating a password list, okay, a word list here on our system, okay, related to our target website, right? Now if I do ls, we are able to see the list, okay, and to read the data we will use cat password list dot text, and here it is. Okay, so this is the content of the password list text file. Okay, right? So this is how we can create our own custom word list. Okay, now let's see how we can create a custom word list using Crunch. Again, Crunch is the inbuilt utility in Kali, right? So what is Crunch? Crunch will create a custom word list based on the criteria we specify, right? So we will tell Crunch that we want this kind of password. Okay, like we want the password whose length is between 1 to 6. Okay, and we want to include the small characters, right, and numbers and special characters. Okay, so we will specify the criteria, and based on that Crunch will create a word list for us. Okay, so the command is simple, type Crunch and hit enter, and you will able to see the Crunch version. Okay, again Crunch can create a word list based on criteria you specify, and the output from Crunch can be sent to the screen, file, or to another program, right? So the syntax for Crunch will be like this. Okay, so Crunch minimum number of length, okay, followed by the maximum number of length. Then there are other options as well, right? So let's see, man Crunch, hit enter. Okay, so we have got a detailed list of Crunch. What can you do with Crunch? Okay, see, minimum length, maximum length, and character set string. Okay, here we can specify that we want the, let's say, password in uppercase or lowercase or a combination of both, whether we want to use any numbers or special characters or not. So we have to specify each and everything, right? Okay, if you want to save the output into a file, we can use -o, right? So let's try this. So Crunch, suppose I want to create a password from 1 to 5 length, and that's all. Okay, if I didn't specify anything here, you can see if we generate a file, the size will be 70 megabytes. Okay, so let me stop this process because it will going to take some time, and let me show you. If we complete this process, we are able to get this number of passwords. Okay, so 1,23,56,630. So we are able to generate this number of different passwords, right? And this could be the size of the file if we store the results. So you can see, for to crack the password whose length is 5 characters, we have to try this much number of combinations of different passwords, right? So if you want to specify anything, like if you want to specify, let's say, the number like ABCD 1 2 3. Okay, so we want to create a password using these combinations only and nothing else, right? So, and also if you want to store the output to a file, let's say wordlist.txt, just do that, hit enter, and this time it will create this number of passwords. See, it says 100% completed. Now let's check whether we have got the file. Here it is. Let's, okay, so we have got the output here, right? So this is how we can create a password using Crunch. Now again, if you want to try different things with Crunch, you can always refer to the manual page of Crunch. Here you can see a lot of different examples. See, you can try example 1, example 2, and what that example will give the output. Okay, so here is the complete description of that. So let's try it. So you have learned how to create a word list. Now let's see how we can crack the password offline. So we have a tool called John the Ripper. It is actually a free tool which helps us to crack the password offline. Okay, it is a free tool which is mainly created for Unix operating system. Okay, but later it made available for other platforms as well. Okay, so we are going to use John the Ripper to crack the password for our Kali Linux, right? So there is a password file in Linux, okay, and the name is shadow. So we can find shadow file inside the etc folder. So this is the complete path for the password file in Linux, okay, whether it is Red Hat or Kali. Now shadow file will contain all the passwords in the hash form. Okay, like in Windows we have SAM file. Okay, so SAM file is first there is Windows folder, inside that we have system32, then we have config, and then we have SAM file. Okay, so the same way we have a shadow file inside /etc folder in Linux. So let's see how we can use this tool. Okay, now this tool comes inbuilt with Kali. Okay, there is no need to install it separately. So here is our terminal, and let's type John space /etc/shadow file. Okay, that's it, that's all. Okay, so John is the command, and then we have to mention the path of the password file. Hit enter. Okay, it's scanning. It says 3 password hashes with 3 different salts. See, every tool, every password cracking tool has its own password dictionary. Okay, has its own word list. So John the Ripper has the word list. So as soon as we enter this command, the tool will go to the word list and then it will scan for the passwords, right? It will convert the passwords into hashes and then match the hash with the hash stored in shadow file. Okay, so the process is started. It's actually scanning the word list. Now we have to wait until the process gets completed, right? So here we have got the output, which is the password for root user is 123, right? Now this password output is stored inside a file which is /.john. Dot stands for hidden folder. Okay, and then john.pot. Okay, hit enter and you will able to see the hash. Okay, and also the password in the plain text, right? So if you try to repeat this command again, you will able to see that no password hash is left to crack. Okay, this is because of this file. Now if you want to use John the Ripper again, you first have to delete the data from this file. Okay, so .john/john.what, hit enter, use d 2 times, that is double D, and then save the file. And now if I run this again, you will able to see that it's working, right? It is scanning again our whole system for the password. Okay, see, the password for root user is 123, right? Now if you add a new user, let's say user add new user, hit enter and let's assign this user a password. Let's say password is TOOR, and if we use John again, now this time it is scanning the system, but again remember one thing. Okay, it says remaining 1 password hash. It means it will not show us the password of root user again and again because it has stored the password in that file. Okay, in john.pot file, right? Now it will going to take a little bit longer than usual. Okay, so let me stop the process. First we have to go to file again, delete the hash, okay, and run John the Ripper again. This time you will able to see it says loaded 2 password hashes with 2 different salts. It means it will scan root password again this time. Okay, now it will going to take some time. See, here is the output of the root user. Okay, so root user and the password. Now as soon as it will able to crack the password of the new user, it will show us here on the screen, right? But that will going to take a lot of time. Okay, you have learned how you can use John the Ripper in order to crack the password of your own system. Now let's see how we can crack the hash of some other system. Okay, so suppose we have a file which contains a hash. So let me quickly create a hash. So let's say we want to crack this. Okay, let's take some other example. Let's say welcome. So this is the password and here is the MD5 hash for this password. Okay, so let's just quickly copy this, close it. Now let's just quickly create a file. Let's say vim demo hashes dot text. Okay, and paste the hash here. It's a password. And now let's just use John the Ripper. So John -- format is equal to raw. Okay, so we have a raw -md5. As we know that this is a MD5 hash, so we have to mention this here. And then the name of the text file. Okay, hit enter, assign the password, and as you can see, the password for the hash is welcome, right? So this way you can also crack the hash of any file you have. Okay, so it is not mandatory that John the Ripper will only scan and crack the password of your system. It will crack any hash you have. Okay, just follow this syntax. Okay, for more details always refer to John --help. Okay, and you can see we have a lot of different options available to be used with this tool, and as you know, it's a free tool, so just go ahead and try the different options. So you have learned how you can crack the hash from a text file. Okay, but what if it is not a text file? Okay, it is a RAR file or zip folder. Okay, and which is also a password protected. So let's see how to do that. So first of all, let's just do ls. The name of the file is demo hashes. Now first of all, let's create a zip folder. So zip -- password, then we have to assign the password, let's say 123, then the name of the zip file, let's say hack.zip, followed by the file name. Hit enter and you can see we have got hack.zip. Okay, now the next step is to capture the hash from the zip file and put it into a normal text file using John. Okay, so we will use zip to John. Again, if it wasn't a zip file, it's a RAR file, then we will use RAR to John. Okay, so zip to John followed by the name, which is hack.zip, and then a new name, let's say hacks.text file. Hit enter and you can also view the content of hacks.txt file here. Okay, so you can see the hash here. Okay, so this file has now the hash of password 123. Okay, so now it's time to crack the password, right? So we will use John the Ripper tool again here. So John --wordlist. Okay, but before, let me do just one thing. It is let's say demo.hashes. We will use this file as our word list. So let me quickly enter some passwords, some random passwords here. Okay, so welcome, test, demo, etc, etc. Then the real password and then again some more passwords. Okay, let's just save the file, hit enter, and now let's just do John --word list is equal to name of the word list, which is demo hashes.txt file, right? And at the end we have to mention hacks.txt file. Okay, and as you can see that using this word list, John the Ripper has got the password, right? See, whenever John the Ripper get the password, it will also mention that from using which password dictionary. Okay, it's kind of a dictionary attack. Okay, so using which dictionary we have got the output. It will also mention the path of that password list, of that word list. Okay, so this is how we can crack the hash from a zip folder. Okay, so now we will see offline password cracking with THC Hydra. Again, this is a free tool, comes pre-built with Kali. So Hydra is a parallelized login cracker which supports numerous protocols to attack. Okay, you can use this tool in the command line mode as well as GUI mode. Okay, you can also use John the Ripper in GUI mode as well. But we have used John the Ripper in command line mode, so this time we are going to use THC Hydra in graphical mode. Okay, so let me switch to Kali. Let's just open the command line. Here just type X Hydra, hit enter, and you will able to see the interface here. Okay, so here we have to mention our target. Okay, so who will be our target? See, you have to download a virtual machine name Metasploitable 2. Okay, so just type Metasploitable to download, hit enter. You will see a lot of links here, but select this one which says rapid7.com. Okay, it says Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable virtual machine. Okay, so this machine is created intentionally vulnerable so that the learners can practice different attacks on this virtual machine. Okay, and here you have to fill out the form. Okay, and click on submit. Then you will receive the download link on your email. Okay, the email you provide here, right? So you have to download this virtual machine from the link you received on your email. Okay, once downloaded, open this in VirtualBox. Okay, here it is. And the default username and password for this machine is msfadmin. Okay, that is Metasploitable Framework Admin. So the username is msfadmin and the password is also msfadmin. These are the default credentials for login to Metasploitable. Okay, so let's just quickly check the IP address of this machine, which says 10.0.2.4. Now let's switch back to Kali. Let me open the terminal. Let's check our IP and let's try to ping to 10.0.2.4. You can see it's working. So let's just close this. Okay, here is our X Hydra. Simply paste the target IP here, which is 10.0.2.4, or if you have multiple targets, then we can upload the target list here as well. Okay, now here we have to mention the target port number. Okay, on which port you want to attack. So let's say we want to attack on port number 22. Okay, which is actually an SSH port. So we have to select the protocol here, which is SSH. Okay, here it is. Right, now if your target is a website, you can also use the SSL service. Okay, SSL is for HTTPS websites, right? Then we have verbose mode. If you want to see each and every step which is happening in the background, you can select this option as well. If you want to show the attempts, how many different attempts made by Hydra in order to crack the password, you can select this. Then you have debugging, or if you want to need help, or you want to view the details of the service modules packages. Okay, see, if we perform this attack right now, This is the command which will going to run in the background. Here at the bottom you can see the complete command. It says Hydra-S. It stands for service. Then we provide the port number, -L, the username we provide, and -P, the word list we provide. -T stands for target. Then there is the IP address of the target machine, and at last we have the protocol, right? Now here, if we go to passwords, it will ask us the username. If you know the username, provide it. If don't, then provide a username list. Okay. Again, if you know the password, provide, and if don't, just upload the password list. Okay. So here we have a password. Okay. Let's just quickly create a password list. Okay, so let's just create vim and passwords.text. Let's just quickly enter some random passwords. Okay. Okay, so we have got our file which is inside /home/kali and then passwords.txt. Just select it. Okay, so we have kali and then we have passwords.txt file. Here it is. Click on open. So we have actually selected a word list here. Okay, you can also generate your own word list if you don't have one. The format would be the minimum number of length of the password followed by the maximum number of length of the password, and then at last you have to mention the character sets. Okay, if you have multiple word list, you can select this option. Okay, now it says try login as password. It means sometimes the default username and password is password. Okay, if you want to try this, you can select this. If you want to try empty password, in many cases it found that there is a username but without any password, so you can check this. And then there is reversed login, that is reverse the password. Okay, so for now let's move on. If you want to use any kind of proxy, you can select it. Okay, you can get the proxy details and port numbers from Google. There are many free proxies available. If you got one, you can use it here. Okay, then there are specific details about proxy, etc. At last we can start the attack. Okay, so just click on start and it will perform the attack, right? Okay, it says we have tried attacking but we haven't found the password yet, right? Okay, it says reduce the target to 4. By default it is 16. Okay, let's just clear the output. Go to target again. Then here in target everything seems fine. Okay, 10.0.2.4, which is true. This time we will select the verbose mode. Let's go to password. MSF admin is the username. Then we have the password list. Okay, let me just quickly check the password list again. So vim passwords.text. Here we have MSF admin. Save the file. Okay, so we have passwords.txt file. Everything is fine. Let's just select the file again. Let's see, this time it works. Let me remove these things. Go to start, click on start. Okay, it says successful password authentication is supported by this, right? But for some reason, okay, let's just quickly ping back to our Kali. So 10.0.2.9, it's working. One target successfully completed, one valid password found, and here we have the login name and the password. Okay, right? It's saying it has performed the attack on 4 different targets, but it will succeed only in one. Okay, as we know that there is only one virtual machine which is working, right? So this time we have got the SSH port on this target IP, and with this username, and this is the password, correct password. Okay, so we have got what we want, right? Okay, so this way. Okay, have you seen that this time we have got a lot of results here because we have selected the verbose mode this time. Okay, that's why we are able to see each and everything which is happening at the background. Okay, the attempts which are succeeded and the attempts which are failed. Okay, we are able to see complete list here, right? And this is the output we got, and we know that this is the correct, right? So this is how we can use X Hydra in order to crack the password. Now let's talk about cracking the password using Medusa. Okay, so again it is an inbuilt tool in Kali, and we will use --help. Now Medusa is a fast and modular login brute force attacker tool. Okay, so let's see the options available to be used with this tool. So here you can see a lot of options like -h for hostname or IP address. Then we have -u, that is username to test. And if you don't know the username and we want to upload a file, then we will use -u, right? The same way small p for password if we know it, and if don't, then we have to upload a file using capital P. Okay, so here are a lot of options. Then we have -M for the module to execute, and -N to assign the port number. So let's see how we can use it. So first of all, we have to use Medusa space -h, and now we have to define our target. So again, our target is Metasploitable, right? So let's check the IP address. So it is 10.0.2.4. Then we have -u, that is for username, so MSF admin. Then we have capital P. Okay, so capital P, and now we don't know the password, but we know a word list. Okay, we have a word list, so we will use home Kali, and then passwords.txt file, then -M, the name of the module, that is SSH, then -N, port number. Okay, so this is the correct format of using Medusa, right? Now let's hit enter, and let's wait for the process to complete. Here you can see it says account checking. This is the target host, and it's trying the first password from the word list. Okay, so total there are 12 passwords in word list, and it will going to check one by one, okay, sequentially. So it is following a sequence, and here at it says account found, right, at number 11. So out of 12 passwords, the 11th one is the correct password, right, which is MSF admin. So it says account found, this is the target host IP, this is the username, and this is the password. Now again, if you don't want to enter the IP, you can use the host name as well if you want, right? You can enter the URL here as well. Okay, So this is how we can use Medusa in order to crack the password offline. Our next topic is sniffing and spoofing. Okay, so first let's talk about sniffing. Sniffing means to sniff or to capture. Okay, see, there are a lot of data transfer over a network, right, in the form of packets. Some of them are encrypted and some are not, but we can capture all the traffic, all the packets, whether it is encrypted or not, using different tools, and we can analyze them later. Okay, and if the data is not encrypted, then we can read the data as a normal text, right? So sometimes we get a very important information in the form of plain text, right? So for sniffing we have a lot of tools. The most popular is Wireshark. Okay, it comes inbuilt with Kali. Okay, and Wireshark is one of the top 5 hacking tools in the world. Okay, so it is a very important tool used for sniffing. So sniffing is like someone from PC A is transferring data to PC B, right? So Wireshark will act as a man in the middle. Okay, man in the middle. So it is man in the middle. Okay, MITM. It is also known as MITM attack, right? So sniffer will capture the data in between these pieces. Okay, and later we can analyze the data, we can even read the data using different tools like Wireshark. There are many other tools like Wireshark, but this is the most popular tool. That's why we are going to use Wireshark. Okay, so let's see how Wireshark works. Now let's see how we can start Wireshark and its interface. So just open the terminal, simply type Wireshark here, hit enter. Okay, so this is the GUI of Wireshark, that is Graphical User Interface, right? Now here you can see different interfaces available. Okay, so select the one which you are using. Right now I am using Ethernet 0. Okay, but if you want to scan all the available interfaces, you can select any option. Okay, but for now let me select Ethernet 0. Once selected, now simply click on this logo. Okay, it says start capturing packets. This is actually a logo of Wireshark. Okay, so click on start. Okay, it's loading, so let's just wait. So here you can see now it started capturing the packets over the network, right? So actually this graphical user interface is divided into 4 parts. The first one is this. Okay, it says packet filtering. You can filter the packets based on their protocols, right? Now this is the first part and this one is the second part. Okay, this is actually a packet list. It is a list of all the different packets captured over the network. Okay, so this is a packet list. Now comes the third part. It is known as packet details. You will get the details of all the packets. Okay, like this. See? Okay, now comes the last part, which is the part 4. It is known as packet bytes. Okay, so we will able to see the bytes of the packets. So actually Wireshark is divided into these 4 important parts, right? Now this is just an introduction to Wireshark. Actually Wireshark has a lot of features. Even a separate course can be made on this, okay, to understand Wireshark better. But for our course I am going to cover all the important parts which we require, okay, for sniffing, etc. I am not going to cover each and every option in detail. okay, because it is actually a very big topic to understand Wireshark completely, right? So this is just the basics of Wireshark. Now let's see how we can perform the real practical using Wireshark. Now let's see how we can use Wireshark and capture some packets and sensitive information. So simply type Wireshark, hit enter, let it open the graphical user interface. Okay, select the interface, click on start. Okay, so now it started capturing. Now, okay, it is little bit slow, so let's wait for this. Okay, it's working now. So let's just open the browser. Okay, now we will going to open a website. Let's say test.php.vulnweb.com. Okay, and here just click on your profile. As we know that username and password is test, so let's do that. Okay, now click on login. Here someone from anywhere is using any kind of a script but we will not focus on this right now. So let me just minimize this and let's see whether Wireshark has captured this packet or not. So just apply a filter, that is HTTP, hit enter, and here we have all the packets related to HTTP. Okay, so for example, this one, this packet is when we have requested to open that website, which is testphp.vulnweb.com. okay, so this is the IP address of our Kali. So it will be source and this will be the destination where we want to reach. Okay, it says success. Okay, now we got reply from the destination. Now destination becomes source. Okay, and ours become the destination, and we have got a message of OK. Okay, the code 200 represents OK. It means we have established the connection with our destination, right? So you can also read details by exploring this. Here you will get the details of the packet captured. Okay, so what happened in the background, you will get all the details here, right? Which port number is used, that is destination port is port number 80, right? So these kind of information you will get here. Now let's see whether we have got some sensitive information or not. Okay, here we have a post method, that is userinfo.php. Okay, so this one is the sensitive information, right? So if we explore this packet here, let me open this packet. Okay, just double click on it, or we can simply look at here below as well. Okay, if we want. So here is the packet which says userinfo.php. Now we will see the username and password here. See, uname test and pass test. So we have got two items inside this particular package. Okay, packet. So here in this packet we got username and password. It is so because the website we opened is still using HTTP protocol and not HTTPS protocol. S stands for secure, which means the website is using SSL certificate. Okay, if we open any HTTPS website, then the login username and password data would be encrypted, right? So if Wireshark captured that packet, still we cannot do anything with that packet because it is already encrypted, and different SSL will use different algorithms to encrypt the data, so we are not able to crack it, right? That's why it is always recommended that you always send your sensitive information over the HTTPS website only. Okay, that's why it is very important to use SSL, right? Now if you look at the below here, you will able to see the uname and password. These are the bytes value of this packet, right? But it is not easy to read, so we will focus on this one, okay, in the simple text, right? So this is how if Wireshark captured any insecure package, it will show us the details in a plain text, right? So always use HTTPS website instead of sending sensitive data over HTTP protocol. So you have seen how Wireshark captures packet on the same machine. Now let's find out whether Wireshark captures machine from different systems as well on the same network or not. Okay, so simply type, let's say, sudo Wireshark password, select the interface, that is Ethernet 0, click on start. So it says capturing from Ethernet 0. Now here we have two machines, first is Kali and another is Windows 10. Okay, so let's open the browser and let's try to open test.php.oneweb.com, hit enter, click on your profile, username test, password test, click on login. Okay, we have got the access. Now let's switch back to Wireshark. Here it is still capturing. See, Wireshark will capture data from the network. It doesn't matter how many machines are running on that network, okay, on that interface. Whatever packet goes to router or through router, Wireshark will capture it, right? So just click on logout. Let me close this browser. Let's switch back to Wireshark again. Okay, here you can see it has captured a lot of data. It's still capturing, right? So let it capture first. We will wait. See, here you will also see the IP address of virtual machine from which it is capturing the data, right? So right now it is capturing from 10.0.2.15. So let's check the IP of Windows 10. IP config. See, 10.0.2.15. It means Wireshark is capturing data from this machine as well, because this machine is on Ethernet 0, right? So it means Wireshark will capture all the network packets which are on the same interface, okay? The number of machines or systems working on the same interface does not matter for Wireshark, okay? It will capture all the data, right? So now again you can analyze each and every packet by simply selecting it and then reading the data from here, right? So we have a lot of data for now. See, a lot of data, right? So it means Wireshark works on other machines as well. Now let's talk about spoofing attack. So what is spoofing? See, spoof means fake, okay? It means a person or a software represent itself as the original using some false data, right, to gain the access to the target. Let's understand this with an example. Suppose a client tries to open a website, let's say facebook.com, So it will send the request to DNS server first, okay, and then this server will redirect the user to the end website, okay. But using spoofing attack, an attacker will perform or inject a fake DNS entry to this DNS server, okay. So an attacker will inject a fake DNS entry here, okay, and due to this fake entry, this DNS server will redirect this client to the website attacker wants, okay. So suppose clients want to open facebook.com, right, but due to that fake entry, okay, DNS server will redirect this client to facebook.com, okay. Now this client is able to see the original URL, okay, right. The URL will remain same, but the actual page is opened which is created by the attacker, okay. So the end website or the look and feel of the website of that web page will remain same, URL will also remain same, okay. Now you may see little changes to URL like this, okay, but that's a different thing. For now, let's just suppose that URL remains same, okay, the look and feel of the page will remain same, but this one would be a fake website created by an attacker, and it all happens because of the fake DNS entry that is created by attacker, okay. So let's understand this with an practical. So suppose in our practical we are going to attack on router and we will inject a fake entry, okay, a fake DNS entry to this router, so that anyone in the network tries to open, let's say, microsoft.com, then we will tell router that, hey, I am microsoft.com, redirect anyone requesting microsoft.com to my web page, to this web page, okay. So we will inject a fake DNS entry so that router will understand that we are the real Microsoft, okay. So let's see with the practical. Now let's perform DNS spoofing attack using ettercap, okay. So we are going to use a tool ettercap to perform DNS spoofing attack. Again, it is a free tool, comes inbuilt with Kali, okay. So it will actually exploits the vulnerabilities of DNS so that it can divert the real traffic from going real servers to fake one, okay. So see one thing, the easiest target for any attacker is the public Wi-Fi, right. It is very easy for an attacker because the steps are like this. The attacker will hide or change its IP address and its MAC address. Then it will perform an DNS spoofing attack on the public router so that all the systems, all the devices connected to that router will use the fake DNS entry injected by the attacker, right. And it is very hard to trace this kind of attacker in this case, okay, using public Wi-Fi. That's why it is always advisable that never use any sensitive information or any banking transactions using public Wi-Fi's, okay. So let's see how we can use ettercap, but before we use ettercap we have to edit the configuration file of ettercap, okay. So let's try locate ettercap.conf, okay, we haven't got the results. So locate ettercap, let's find out ettercap.conf. Well, the default path for ettercap is /etc ettercap etter.conf, okay. So the file name is etter.conf, hit enter, okay. Here you will able to see GID and UIDs, okay, these two things. So simply remove this number to 0. Okay, set both UID and GID to 0. Now scroll down a little bit and look for the word Linux here. Okay, so we have to search for Linux. Okay, because inside Linux we will able to see the IP tables. Okay, and we want to use those IP tables, right? So here is Linux. Okay, see, here we have got the IP tables, right? Okay, so we have to uncheck these things. Right, just go here and remove the hash. Okay, just remove both the hash here. Okay, we want to use them, we don't want to leave it as default. Now just save the file and exit. Okay, we have to perform this task using sudo. Okay, sudo, I forgot to type vim here. You can use gedit or nano, whatever you want to use as a file editor. Just set these to 0. Again, let's scroll down to Linux and remove the comment. Done. Now let's open ettercap in GUI mode. We use -G to open ettercap in graphical user interface mode, right? So here it is. Okay, now in the next video we will see how we can use ettercap. For this, let me open one more virtual machine, let's say Windows 7. Now let's see how we can configure the ettercap. But before that, you have to make sure that Apache web server is running. Okay, in my case it is running and in yours maybe not. So you have to use a command like service space apache2 space start. Okay, and to verify, you may open your web browser and you can type your localhost IP, which is 127.0.0.1. Okay, it means Apache is running. Okay, now let's configure ettercap. The first step is to click on sniff and select the unified sniffing. Okay, here we have to set the network interface, and when we click on OK, by default it will started sniffing. Okay, but for now we have to stop sniffing. We will turn it on later stage. Okay, done. Now we have to click on host and then scan for host. So we are actually asking ettercap to scan all the hosts in our network. Okay, if you want to view the list, click on host list. Right here, this will be our router, the main router, my main router. Okay, then comes my main machine, which is acting as a gateway for virtual machines, right? And then we have two other IPs. Okay, so let's open the Windows 7 and let's check its IP address, ipconfig. Okay, it is 10.0.2.8. so Windows 7 will be our target. Okay, so this one is our target machine, right? Okay, now if you want to verify these things, whether the information we got is correct or not, you may always go to terminal okay, and use route -n. See, this will my main router, okay, and if I do if config, we will see this one is our IP address, okay, of Kali. Now let's switch back to ettercap, and we have to add this Windows 7 IP as our target 1, okay. Now we have to select which of these things we want to spoof, okay, and this will be our gateway for virtual machines, okay. So we will add this as a target 2. So we are actually performing attacks on target 1 and target 2, okay. Now let's move to MITM and click on ARP poisoning. Select sniff remote connections and click on OK. Here you can see it says ARP poisoning victims, right? Now we have to activate a plugin. So click on manage plugin. Here we have to activate DNS_spoof. So just double click on this and you can see star. It means this plugin is activated now and it's working. See here it says activating DNS spoof plugin, right? Now after all these steps, the last step is to click on start and click on start sniffing, right? So the process is completed now. Now let's switch back to terminal. Okay, now here we have to edit the DNS file of ettercap. Okay, so again etter.dns, hit enter. Okay, here let's just scroll down a little bit and we have to look for a word where it says Microsoft sucks. Here it is. Okay, so now we have to change these A-type entries. Now you already know that A-type entries in DNS is for IP version 4, right? So let's change these IPs to 10.0.2.15. okay, we have to enter our Kali IP here, okay, our main Kali Linux from which we are performing the attack. So we have to enter the IP address of this machine, right? So 10.0.2.15. okay, that's it. Just save the file and exit. Okay, we have to stop sniffing and start it again because we have to add the DNS file before and later we have to start sniffing, right? So now everything seems okay. Now let's open the browser and let's try to open Microsoft.com. Hit enter. Our next topic is wireless attacks, that is Wi-Fi hacking. But before we proceed to the practical part, you must understand some of the important terms. Okay, so here are the important information. So here we have some different terms which are very important. You first understand all these things, only then you will able to perform the wireless attacks. Okay, so the first two are the process or the protocols which Wi-Fi uses. Okay, for example, right now we are using WPA or WPA2. Okay, WPA stands for Wi-Fi protected access, but before that the routers Wi-Fi using WEP. Okay, that is wire equivalent privacy, right? So WEP is the old one. Okay, it is the old security which can be easily cracked, okay, in today's world, but it is very hard to find the router which is working on WEP technology, because by default if you even turn on the hotspot from your mobile device, you will able to see WPA and WPA2 there. Okay, there is no option of WEP, right, because that is a weak security. Then comes the PSK, that is pre-shared key, the key which shared beforehand. Okay, then comes the BSSID. See, all these terms you will able to see when we perform the practical on terminal. You will see all these things. Some of them are used in monitoring, some of them are used to collect the information, and some when we perform the attack, right? So we will need all of these information. So basis ID is the basic service identifier, okay, basic service set of identifiers, right? So it is actually the MAC address of the device, okay, the device we are using. So it will be the MAC address of that device. Then comes the ESSID, that is extended service set identifier, which means it is actually the name of the network. Then comes RFMON, that is radio frequency monitoring, okay. So we will use these terms when we start monitoring. Then comes the IEEE, that is Institute of Electronics and Electrical Engineers, okay, and 802.11 is the latest protocol. You can see here Wi-Fi devices are based on IEEE 802.11. So actually it is a part of the IEEE 802 standards, okay, of LAN protocols in particular, right? Now comes the channel. Channel is a Wi-Fi channel, which is actually a medium through which our wireless networks can send and receive data, okay. So we will not go into deep enough of any of these terminologies, but for now just remember what the term is and what it actually means, okay. What is the meaning of these terms, right? That's enough for now. Now let's talk about wireless attacks, okay. So we'll start with WEP hacking with aircrack-ng. Now as you know that approximately all of the devices, Wi-Fi devices, are already using WPA or WPA2 security protocol, okay. It is very hard to find a device with WEP encryption, okay, WEP security protocol. It is very hard to find a single device, right? But as it is the old technology, you must know how to crack it if you find any, okay. So let's discuss some of the commands, because I don't have any device which is working on WEP, okay. I don't even find an option to switch to WEP in any of the device, okay. So for the practical of wireless attacks, you must need a wireless adapter, okay, external wireless adapter, right? Because the one which you are using in your system is already being used by your main machine, okay. So we need an external device for this practical, okay. Once we attach the device with the virtual machine, we have to follow these commands, okay. So let's see one by one and let's understand what each command do. Our first command is airmon-ng, okay. At first we want to find the details of the external wireless adapter which we have attached to the virtual machine, right? So we will get the name of the device, the type of the device, right? So all the device details we can get using this command, okay. The next command is this, the third one, okay, but this command will fail, okay, because of the network manager and WPA supplicant process. So we have to kill these two processes in order to proceed wireless attacks, okay. So we will use airmon-ng check kill. We will use this command to kill that processes which can cause disturbance with our wireless attack process, okay. So we will kill them first. Then we will use this command, airmon-ng start WLAN 0. See, WLAN 0, okay, it is the interface like we use Ethernet 0 in virtual machine. It is the WLAN 0, okay, wireless LAN 0, okay. So we will use it as the device name here, okay, and we get this name by using this command, okay. So we will use airmon-ng start WLAN 0 in order to put our external device in the monitor mode so that it can monitor all the wireless traffic, okay, in a wireless network, right? So we will put this in monitor mode. Then comes the aerodump-ng WLAN 0 mon, okay. This could be our next step to get further details related to Wi-Fi devices, okay. See, we will get a lot of details using this command. For example, we will get the BSSID, that is the MAC address of the Wi-Fi device. We get the channel number on which that device is running, right? We will get the traffic information, we will get the ESS ID. Okay, we will get what kind of security protocol it is using, like WEP, WP or WPA2, etc. So we will get a lot of information using this command. Okay, and once we have all the information, we can proceed with the next command, which is arrowdump -ng, then -c. It stands for channel number. Okay, so 1 is the channel number. Okay, it is just an example. Okay, you have to put the channel number of your target machine, which you will get from using this command. Okay, then --BSS ID. Again, you know that BSS ID is the MAC address of the target router. So again, this is just a sample MAC address. Okay, then comes the -w. -w stands for write. We are actually want to write all the details to a file. Okay, whatever result we get using this command, we want to write it in a file. So we have to type file name here, and at last we have to use again wline0mon, because once we put wline0 in monitor mode, we will use wline0mon. Okay, for rest of the commands. Okay, so we will, it is actually sent some packets. Okay, so we will save the info into a file. Then our next command is airplay -ng. Okay, see, we are actually starting a fake authentication. Okay, it means we will send some fake authentication packets to target Wi-Fi device. Okay, and once we succeed, we will proceed with the next command, which is just start a loop of fake packets. Okay, so it's called as ARP. Okay, so let's say loop of packets. Okay, so first we will send a fake authentication packets. Once we succeed, see, we only succeed if the Wi-Fi device is using WEP protocol, right? If it was using WPA or WPA2 or any other latest security protocol, then the chances of getting success is low. We have different methods for them as well, but for now let's focus on WEP only. So we will start a loop. Okay, so we will send fake authentication packets again and again and again. Okay, till we send 10,000 packets minimum. Okay, so 10,000 is the best limit, because if we able to send this much of packets to the Wi-Fi device, the target Wi-Fi device gets confused. Okay, it will get confused that the device, the real device which is already connected to the Wi-Fi device, the Wi-Fi device will think that it is a fake device. Okay, so it will disconnect that device for some time in order to reconnect it, right? So when we send this packet, we will use the MAC address of again target. Then we will use -b. Again -b stands for BSS ID. We use -3 to start the loop, then MAC address, and then the name. Okay, so once we able to send this much of packets, we will stop the process using Ctrl+C. Right? Now it will actually create a file, a .cap file. Okay, .cap is the extension. Right? So it will actually store those packets which are succeeded. Right? Okay, so when Wi-Fi device disconnect the real system and tries to reconnect it, we actually send these packets. We will actually use this file in order to get the password. Okay, because at that time the real device is disconnected and will retrying to connect with the Wi-Fi device. At that point of time, we are able to interfere in between and we will connect with the Wi-Fi device. Right? So we send packets to disconnect the real device from target Wi-Fi, and when it try to reconnect, we will get the password. We will capture the packet and save it in a file with a .cap extension. Okay, and the last command is to actually crack the real password from the file we created. Okay, so to crack it, we will use aircrack -ng followed by the file name and .cap extension. Right? So this is the last command. Okay, now it will take some time. Okay, because it is not possible to crack this much of packets in seconds, right? So it will actually going to scan a complete file and will show us the end result, the real password in the text format which we can read. Okay, so this is the complete process and this is the correct sequence you may use when you try to break a Wi-Fi device, okay, which is using WEP security protocol, right? Now in the next video we will see how we can crack WPA or WPA2. Now let's see how we can crack WPA and WPA2 security protocol with aircrack-ng. Okay, so we have to follow these 8 steps. Okay, now first of all we need a physical wireless adapter, okay, which will be externally attached to our system because our main system is also connected with the internet. That's why our internal Wi-Fi adapter is of no use for us. Okay, so let's start with the first command, which is airmon-ng. So here is our Kali and let's try sudo airmon-ng, and you can see we have a physical device, okay, and interface is WLAN 0, that is wireless LAN 0, okay, and then we have the driver details and the chipset, that is company name and model. Okay, so our next step is we will use airmon-ng check kill. Okay, so sudo airmon-ng check kill, hit enter. See, it says we have killed this process because in future this process will interfere with our process of hacking wireless network, right? That's why it is very important to kill this process. Okay, so what next? Now we will start our WLAN 0 and put it in on monitor mode. Okay, so airmon-ng start and the name. So again airmon-ng start WLAN 0. Okay, WLAN 0 is our interface name. Hit enter and done. Okay, now its name changed to WLAN 0 mon. Okay, as we know that it is on monitor mode, so we will use WLAN 0 mon in our future commands. Okay, see, you can also check it using airmon-ng. Okay, so if we run airmon-ng again, you will see interface name is WLAN 0 mon. Okay, so next is aerodump-ng and then name. So aerodump-ng and then name, which is WLAN 0 mon. Again we will run this command using sudo powers. Okay, so here we will get a lot of details. Right now it is searching for all the available wireless networks. Okay, okay, so it is scanning all of them, right? So let's wait for it. Once completed, we will able to see a list of all the available devices which could be our target. Okay, so this time we are going to target Geo 5G. Okay, so let me stop the process using Ctrl+C. Okay, see, this is the MAC address of Geo 5G. So let's just copy this, and one more thing here, this station is connected to this router. Okay, so this is our next step. Okay, again sudo aerodump-ng-c, right? Okay, so channel number 2, this is the MAC address which we have copied, right? WPA3 is the file name. Now hit enter. Okay, so here we have the station which we are going to target. Okay, so let's just quickly open a new terminal and let's try the next command, which is air eplay. So sudo -ng, again same thing, -0 to mention the number of deauthentication packets, then -a would be our target. Okay, so this is the MAC address of our target router. Then comes the -c, C stands for client. This is the MAC address of the station or the client which is connected to our target router. Okay, just hit enter. So let me show you. See, we are continuously running this command, okay, and at the same time we have opened a new terminal and we will run the deauthentication packets. So we have to enter. Okay, now see the MAC address, this is the MAC address of my main system. Okay, it is because when we get disconnected from the internet, we actually try to reconnect it. Okay, although this process is automatically, but to save time I will try to reconnect once disconnected. Okay, see, it says connecting. Okay, because we already got disconnected from our target Geo 5G. See, it says connecting. Okay, so let it connect. Okay, and you can see here a blank space. Okay, so we actually get WPA handshake. Okay, see, here we have got the WPA handshake, right? This is all we want. Now let me stop the attack because we already got the handshake file. Okay, so let's just do ls and let me show you what we got. So here you can see there are multiple files with the name WPA3 has been created, right? And here is one file .cap. Okay, so we are going to use this file when we try to crack the password. Again, we have a lot of password dictionaries here, but the one which we are going to use is this one, right? So let's see how we can crack the password of a router using a dictionary. So let's move on to next command, okay, which is the last one, which says aircrack -ng, right? So sudo aircrack -ng -a2 to crack the security protocol. Then comes -b. -b stands for BSSID, right? So paste the MAC address of the target router. Then comes the -w. Then we have to mention the path of word list. Here -w stands for word list, right? So again we have our word list with the name passwords.txt, and at last we have to mention the file name. Okay, this file name. Okay, so just copy and paste it here, right, and hit enter. See, we have got the password, right? So this is the real password of our target router. Now this password is a complex one, so it is not an easy task to crack this password using brute force attack, because we know that brute force attack will going to take a lot of time to crack these kinds of passwords. Okay, I am not saying that it is impossible to crack these kind of passwords using brute force attack, but it will going to take a lot of time. Okay, so that's why we prefer dictionary attack instead of brute force attack when it comes to crack the complex passwords, okay, and long passwords, right? So this is the complete process of cracking a Wi-Fi password using dictionary attack. Okay, and these are the 8 important steps. Okay, actually these are 7, the one is repeated. Okay, just to check the name, which changes from WLAN 0 to WLAN 0 mon. Okay, so this is the correct sequence, and these are the total number of steps which we can use to crack WPA or WPA2 using aircrack -ng, which comes inbuilt with Kali. You have learned how you can use commands in order to perform wireless attack. Now let's see The same thing with graphical user interface. Okay, so here is the wireless attacks and select the Fern Wi-Fi cracker tool. Now you have to run this tool as a root. So let's enter the root password, then authenticate, and now let's wait for the tool. Okay, so here is the Fern Wi-Fi cracker tool is opening, and here is the graphical user interface. Okay, so it is very easy to use. First of all, just select the interface, that is WLAN 0. Okay, now this tool is putting WLAN 0 on monitoring mode. Okay, done. It says monitor mode enabled on WLAN 0 mon, right? Now next thing is to click on this option which says scan for access points. It means it will scan for all the available routers along with their connected systems. Okay, so it will also show us the router names as well as the stations connected to it. So we will going to get a complete list of all of them, right? So here you have two options. The first one is Wi-Fi is using WEP, and then Wi-Fi using WPA technology. So just select this. Here we have a list. Just select the target. Okay, although there are many, right? It says automatically adding client MAC addresses, please wait, right? So we have to wait for some seconds. Okay, let it scan. See, here we have to select our dictionary. Okay, your existing dictionary, you have to search for that, right? So other location, computer, then home, then Kali. Now just select the dictionary, click on open, right? So we have selected the password dictionary which we want to use. We have selected the target Wi-Fi router, and the last thing is it is scanning for the systems connected to this router. So we have to wait. Okay, so here we have got a list of all the stations connected to this router. Okay, right? Now all you have to do is just click on Wi-Fi attack, and that's all. Okay, as soon as we click on this, it will going to use this as a word list. Okay, whatever file we select, it will try to crack the password using that list, right? Okay, right? So now it is actually de-authenticating, right? It means it is sending de-authentication packets to this target, and once disconnected, when this station tries to reconnect, we will capture the handshake. Okay, and then it will crack the password and show us the results. Our topic is Metasploit. Okay, so what is Metasploit? See, Metasploit has started as a penetration testing project earlier, but later it has been converted into a framework. So Metasploit framework is an open source tool for performing exploits against remote target machines. Okay, so if you want to become a penetration tester, Metasploit would be your number one choice. Okay, it is one of the top 5 hacking tools, right? So Metasploit has a lot of exploits and payloads inbuilt. We can use Metasploit in Kali, or we can also download it for Windows, or we can also use it as a separate virtual machine, right? So let's see how to start Metasploit in Kali. So simply type MSF console. Okay, MSF means Metasploit framework console. Hit enter, and we have to wait for some seconds. It is actually in process. It says starting the Metasploit framework console, and now we have the Metasploit console. Okay, so here you can see the version of the Metasploit and the total number of exploits it contains. Metasploit has its own database, right? And it has total 596 payloads and 10 knobs. See, knobs means no operations. It means do nothing. We will use it in buffer overflow attack, right? So, see, if you want to search anything in Metasploit, okay, so we will have to run this command, okay. It says search type exploits platform, let's say Android, okay. You want to search for the exploits for Android. See, there are a lot of exploits present, okay. Now we can use them to perform attacks on an Android platform, okay. And it also mentions the disclosure date, right? So Metasploit is an intentionally created vulnerable virtual machine, okay. So we will not going to cover all of the things inside Metasploit because it is a very big topic, right? But I will cover some of the important attacks from the perspective of Kali Linux. Now let's talk about buffer overflow attack using Metasploit, okay. So we are going to use an exploit, this one, okay. This exploit will perfectly work on Windows XP Service Pack 3, right? So we are actually going to insert the payload of reverse TCP in our target machine, okay. So right now we have two systems. The one is Windows XP Service Pack 3, which will be our target system, okay, and the attacker machine is again Kali, okay. So we will use this exploit in Metasploitable. So now we have Kali. Let me open the terminal and let me type msf console using sudo powers, password for Kali. Now let's wait till it's open. Okay, so first of all let's search for the exploit which we are looking for, okay. So simply type search exploit Windows, then smb/ms08 underscore 067 net API, hit enter, no results, okay. Let me cross check it. Okay, it's 067. Here it is. It says rank is great. It means it will work, right? And you can also see the description that it will actually stuck the Microsoft server service related path, okay. So now we can simply type use, okay, and then the exploit name. So again just repeat the command, and instead of search we will type use because we want to use this exploit, right? Okay, now the first step is to set our host, okay, that is remote host. So we have to enter the IP address of the target machine here. So let's switch back to Windows. Let me open the command prompt, not control panel. Let's check the IP address. So 10.0.2.15, done. Next step is to set the payload which we want to insert in target system. So we will use set payload, then Windows slash meterpreter slash reverse TCP. Okay, we actually want the reverse shell. Hit enter. Now we have to set the listener IP here. Okay, that is our own system. So set L host for local host, listener host, right? IP of our own system. So our system IP is okay. We are not connected with the Ethernet. Okay, we have now our IP. So it's 10.0.2.9. Hit enter. Now simply type exploit, right? So it's actually performing the attack. It says exploit failed because host is unreachable. Okay, let's try to ping 10.0.2.15. Okay, it's not working. So let me check quickly about the networking of our target system. Okay, now it's working. Actually, it's the problem of networking for Windows XP. So let's try to exploit again, and this time it worked, right? So now let's see what we can do post exploitation, right? So here is a list of commands we can use. Okay, see, there are a lot of commands here, right? So let me try screenshot here. Okay, it says it is saved to home Kali. So let's check it using ls/home. Okay, let me open a new terminal quickly. ls/home Kali. Okay, we have this screenshot, right? You can also check it from here, okay, using GUI. And here it is. See, this is the screenshot of Windows XP. Let me switch to Windows XP just to show you the current status. Okay, done. Now let's see what else can we do. So this time let's try something different. Let's say we will try hash dump. Okay, command not found. Let's do help again. Oh, I am typing this command on the wrong terminal. So hash dump, and here we have got the hash of all the accounts of Windows XP, right? Now if you want to get the access of shell, simply type shell. Now we are in Windows. If I type ipconfig, you see it worked, right? Okay, so this way you can use a lot of different commands. Let me show you one more. Okay, so let me type a message for Windows. Let's say message star, you have been hacked. Okay, hit enter. See the pop-up here, right? So this way we can use a payload and we can exploit our target system using that payload. Okay, now you can do a lot of things, like you can create a user account like net user and then the name, etc., right? So you can do a lot of things here. And if I type exit, and then again if I type hash dump, you see we are still have the access of reverse TCP. It's still working because that payload has been saved on Windows system as a DLL file, okay, and it's still working there, right? So this way we can hack into our target system using a payload which is available in Metasploitable. Now let's talk about honeypots. Honeypots are sweet traps for hackers, okay? So we create honeypots to catch hackers, right? So honeypots are security mechanisms to attract and catch hackers, right? So basically honeypots are of two types: production honeypots and research honeypots, okay? So what's the difference between the two? See, production honeypots are of low cost, okay, and are easy to maintain or easy to handle and are generally used by organizations, right? On the other hand, research honeypots are quite expensive and are difficult to handle, right, and are used by government organizations and for military operations, okay? So these are the difference between the two. So production honeypots are generally used inside the network. For example, there is a system, then there is another system, then there is production honeypots, and then other systems, right? Then they are connected to router, which is connected to firewall, and then internet, okay? So this is the basic structure of production honeypots, okay? These are used internally and will monitor if any system tries to gain access to other system without permission, right? Or if someone tries to hack into another system internally, okay? But on the other hand, for research honeypots, there are systems connected to other systems which are connected to router, which is connected to firewall, okay? And now here we will deploy research honeypots and then we will connect to internet. So if someone tries to break into this, they first have to go through research honeypots, okay? So it will automatically detect, alert them, and can also fight back against black hat hackers, right? So this is the basic difference between the two. Now we will going to use a tool called Pentbox tool, okay? It is not present in Kali, so you have to download this from this link using git clone, okay? So this is the link to download Pentbox tool, okay? So before proceeding to the next lecture, make sure to download this in your Kali. So let's download the Pentbox tool. So sudo git clone github.com/ see, you have to type URL very carefully. See, 1.8 is the version of Pentbox, right? Hit enter, enter the password for Kali. It says cloning into Pentbox 1.8. Let's do ls, and here it is, okay? So we have got the directory with the name Pentbox. So let's move inside that directory. Let's do ls again. You can see a lot of files here, okay? The one which we want is this pentbox.rb. .rb is the Ruby file, okay? So we can directly run this file using ./pentbox.rb, right? Hit enter, and you can see it says this one has a lot of tools inbuilt. So we can use Pentbox to perform all these tools or attacks, right? Okay, so let me quickly switch back to my main machine and let's open one more virtual machine. Let's say Windows XP Service Pack 3, just for an example. let it open. Okay, now see, we will interested in network tools. Okay, so type 2, hit enter. Okay, here you can see a lot of tools again, but this time we will use Honeypot. So type number 3 and hit enter. Okay, it says you must run Pentbox with root privileges. Now here you can see two different options. The number one is fast auto configuration and the other is manual configuration. We will use both of them, but for now let's just proceed with number 1. It says Honeypot activated on port number 80 on this date and this time. Okay, so now Honeypot is activated on our system. So let's switch to another system, right? Let's just open the browser. Simply type the IP address of the Kali. So let me check it using ifconfig command. So 10.0.2.9. So just type here 10.0.2.9. Hit enter. You can see a message of access denied. Okay, so the attacker or the user will see that there is something problem with the server. Yes, but that's not right. If we switch back to Kali, to this terminal, you can see it says intrusion attempt detected, right? So actually it has catched the information, catched the user from which someone is trying to access this, where we have applied the honeypot, right? And you can see it says they are using this browser and type is Windows. Okay, so you can see some of the informations here which is detected by honeypot, and this is the job of honeypot to send alerts, okay, with the name intrusion attempt detected, right? So let me just close this and sudo /pentbox.rb, then second option, then honeypot. This time we will proceed with the second option, which is manual configuration. So let's see how we can use manual configuration. Here you have to insert the port number which you want to open. So we will use, let's say 4444. It is just an example. You can use any port, right? Hit enter. Now it says insert false message to show. So let's say you have been hacked. Okay, we want user to see this message when someone tries to access this particular URL. Now, do you want to save a log with intrusion? It depends on you. For now, I will select no. It says activate beep sound when intrusion detected. No, we don't want it. Okay, so honeypot activated on port number 444. So let's switch to Windows 10. Open the browser. And type the URL, that is 10.0.2.9:4444. Hit enter and let's wait. Okay, so we have got the message, you have been hacked, right? It means it worked, right? So let's switch back to Kali. Open the terminal and you can see intrusion attempt detected, right? Windows 10. Okay, Windows 10 64-bit. This is how honeypot will gather the information. Now let's talk about browser exploitation attack. So we are going to perform this attack using Beef. So what is Beef? It is the browser exploitation framework, right? It is a penetration testing tool that focuses on web browsers and it performs client-side attack. Okay, now as you know that JavaScript is widely used client-side. Okay, so it will going to execute on the web browser of the client. So let's see how we can use Beef. First of all, let's switch to Kali. Let me open the terminal. Okay, now here simply we have to type beef hyphen xss, hit enter. Okay, so beef is not here. So we have to install it first. See, in the older versions of Kali, beef is pre-installed, right? But in our case, we have to download it. So we have to wait till it downloads. Okay, so beef is installed. Now let's run it. So sudo beef hyphen xss. Okay, so we have to enter the password. Okay, let's try Kali. Okay, so beef has started and it is trying to open our web browser. Okay, like this. So we have got the beef interface, right? Now by default the username and password for beef is beef, but here in our case it is asking us to enter the new password, right? Now here you can see two options, online browsers and offline browsers. Online browsers means the current active sessions. Okay, it means the person who have accessed this URL is online right now. Okay, and if you have scanned earlier, they will be shown in offline browsers, right? So let's switch to terminal and let me start service Apache 2 start. Okay, done, right? Now see, Apache web server is running on our Kali, right? And the default directory, okay, server directory, root directory for server is /var www and html. Okay, this is the default path for the root directory of Apache server, right? So we have to go into this directory and we have to edit the index.html file. Okay, so cd, let's do ls. Here you can see the index.html. We have to edit this file, right? And we have to write this content. Let me scroll up little bit. Okay, here it is. We have to put this script inside that file, okay, in order to make beef work correctly, right? Now we have to edit the index file. So I am going to use vim, then index.html, hit enter. Here you will see a lot of things, right? First, let me copy this file to somewhere else to save the original file. Let's say we will store this in on the desktop. Done. Now let's edit index.html. So let me delete all these files. Okay, so no lines left, right? So let me type something. We will use HTML. So HTML, then head. See, if you know HTML, you will understand this. Then title, and title would be, let's say, hacker inside. Let's close the title. Okay, here is a spelling mistake. Now we will use a script which I showed you when beef started. Source will be http:// the IP address of the Kali. Okay, so let me now open a new terminal and let's check the IP. So 10.0.2.9. so 10.0.2.9:3000 /hook.js. See, hook.js is the JavaScript file which is going to execute, right? Close it. Now let's close the script part. Let me close the head. Now comes the body part. H1 is heading 1. So hacker inside. Closing tag. Then close the body. And at last /html. Okay, see, this file is divided into two important parts, head and body. Okay, so on the head part we will attach the hook.js file with the IP. Done. So that whenever someone accesses it, this file will get executed on their web browser. Okay, and they will be able to see this message as the heading. Okay, to save the file, we will use escape shift :WQ ! That is save and exit forcefully. Okay, it says index.html can't open file for writing. Okay. See, we are unable to edit this file because I have logged in with the Kali user and not the root user. Okay, so let me pause the video and let me do the same thing with the sudo powers. Okay, so I have done the same thing using sudo powers. If you want, you can see the file index.html. See, this is the same thing. Okay, so our work is done. Now let's open 127.0.0.1. see, hacker inside, right? It means it is working. So let's switch to another virtual machine. Let me open the terminal and let's try to access 10.0.2.9. hit enter. See, it worked, right? Now let's see what happened this side. Okay, it says there are two IP addresses which tried to access this link, right? The first one is using Firefox and operating system is Linux using virtual machine, and this is the IP address, right? Okay, and the another one is 10.0.2.15 uses Internet Explorer version 6 as a browser. Operating system is Windows XP. Okay, as you can see on this small box, this one, okay, which says this is the origin 10.0.2.9 and port number 80. So this way you get a lot of information using BIF. Okay, see, I have performed this attack on my own network. If you want to perform the same attack outside the network using your virtual machine or your main system, what you can do is you can use your IP address, go to bit.ly.com. Okay, just visit bit.ly.com and shorten the URL. Okay, now you have to send that URL, the shortened URL, to your target. When your target opens it, you will able to see all the information on your own system. Okay, so this way you can perform this attack outside the network, right? Now let's see what else can we do. Now let's perform the attack on our target. Okay, so our target is Windows XP, which is live. Here you can see online browsers, and this is the IP of Windows XP. So just select it and you will get a lot of detailed informations here, like they are using Windows XP 32-bit, right, port number 80, and much more information, okay, in detail. So if you want to perform the attacks, just switch to Commands tab. Okay, and here we will perform the browser attack. There are many, but let's try some of them. Let's say webcam. Okay, so here we can edit the title. Let's say hacked, and we can also edit the text message. Let's say hi, we are watching. Okay, click on execute. Let's switch to Windows XP. Refresh the browser. Okay, not executed. Click on execute again. And it's not working. No problem. Let's try other command. Let's say get visited URLs. Okay, click on execute. And to see the results, we have to open this. It says result exploit failed because target browser is not event browser. No problem, we have a lot more details here. Let's say let's perform social engineering attacks. And we will try this one, fake flash update or fake notification bar, right? So just type the notification. Let's say hacked. Click on execute. Let's switch to target, and you can see it worked. See, it is not necessary that all the commands get executed on your target. Okay, so we have to search some of them, like this one is working. Let's see some more attacks. Okay, let's try Google phishing. It sounds interesting. Here we have to edit the IP address only. So our IP is 10.0.2.9. Okay, and click on execute. Refresh the page. Again, this attack is not working. Let's try one more time. 2.9 execute. Not working. Let's try another attack. Let's say ready theft. 10.0.2.9. See, it will create a dialog box for Facebook. Click on execute. See, it worked. It says Facebook session timed out. Please log in again, right? So it is asking user to log in again. Okay, we are unable to type something here. So just refresh the page. Let's perform the attack again. Okay, so the user is unable to type something inside that box. But if it is working and user is able to type here, user will type email and password and click on login. At the same time, we will receive the username and password here, okay, on this side, right? So we have a lot of other things as well, like spoof address bar. Okay, so let's just type here, let's say google.com and the real URL will be facebook.com. Click on execute. Switch back here. Okay, let me execute it again. Okay, so here we are. Let's type google.com, hit enter. facebook.com, hit enter. Okay, see, it says you are unable to access facebook.com. It means the attack is working but not fully. So there are a lot of attacks, so we have to try each and every attack to find out which is working and which is not. Okay, for example, get visited URL. Okay, click on execute. Get visited domains. Click execute. See, we have to perform each and every attack to find out. Click on detect Windows Media Player. See, if this attack will work, you can see the results here. Right now we know the target, that's why we are able to view whether the attack is working or not. But when you send this URL to outsider, you will unable to see their screen, right? So we have to see the results here only. Just click on the command one and you will see the results here. Okay, and only then you will able to know whether attack is working or not, right? So this way you can perform all these attacks, right? You can also play the sound. Right, so I am not going to perform all these attacks because there is a long list, but you may try to find out which is working and which is not. You can also perform these attacks on Windows 10, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows XP, etc.